He was supposed to be here physically, our next speaker, but unfortunately he couldn't take his flight yesterday. And do we have him via Zoom? So would like to invite on Zoom Mr. Faisal Mahmood, Head of Digital Public Infrastructure, Karandaz, Pakistan, to enlighten the audience with his speech via Zoom. Assalamu alaikum, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead and welcome to this mobile conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning and assalamu alaikum, everyone. Before I begin, let me start with an apology. I was actually looking forward to being with you in person today, but unfortunately, my flight, there was a last-minute diversion of the flight, and then it never flew again. So instead, I'm joining you in the room over Zoom. I appreciate the organizers and I thank them for accommodating this last-minute change. And I hope the technology behaves itself for the next few minutes. While I was thinking about what to speak today, I realized that most of us in the room have been a part of Pakistan's digital payments journey in one way or the other. Some of us have helped build the infrastructure. Most have invested in connecting to it. Some rather, there is, well, one who has regulated it, and then many have taken the commercial risk required to bring new products and services to the market. Because of that, I don't want to spend time talking about whether digital payments are important or not. I think the debate is long behind us now. The more relevant question today is what comes next? Because now we have reached an interesting point in our journey. For years, we were focused on building the rails only. We've talked about digital accounts, mobile accounts, QR payments, instant payments, innovation in the fintechs, interoperability, digital infrastructures, public infrastructures, and so on. A lot of good work has already happened during last 8 to 10 years. Today, however, I think the discussion needs to evolve. It needs to go beyond building the infrastructures only. The challenge is, how do we, now that we have an infrastructure in place, how do we actually extract economic value from the infrastructure that already has been built? So if we think about it, payments themselves are becoming less important than what payments can actually enable for us. Moving money from an account to an account is no longer the end objective. The real objective is enabling commerce using these rails, enabling businesses, enabling government services, financial inclusion, economic activity, and the list goes on and on. In other words, payments are increasingly becoming infrastructure, just like the roads, electricity, telecommunications, and a lot of other things. And once the infrastructure actually exists, the focus shifts from construction to its utilization. And this is where I believe Pakistan finds itself today. And we all are at this stage right now. To be fair, we should recognize how progress has already been made. A decade ago, many of the things we take for granted today simply did not exist. Today, we have a modern payment infrastructure. We have real-time payment capabilities. We have growing digital adoption. We have stronger collaboration between financial institutions, regulators, fintechs, government entities. Most importantly, consumers have become far more comfortable making digital transactions than how they were about 2, 3, 4 years ago. So the progress thus far that we have achieved should never be underestimated. Building infrastructures is difficult. Just to give you an example, UK's faster payments took about 12 years before it was fully developed and made. India's NPCI took about 8 years before it got developed. So we were lucky in that way because we were able to do it in about 3 to 4 years. The first use case went live with Rust. So building trust in the new ways of moving money is what we need to focus on now. And yet, collectively, the industry has managed uh, to move the needle, although slowly, but yes, we have been able to do it so far. Having said that, uh, the biggest challenge ahead are no longer technical because that's been built, and even if there are new technological advancements which are needed to be done, they will be done. We have some of the best technical experts available globally. If I look across the ecosystem today, I don't see this technology as a problem. The challenge is I see an adoption challenge. I see a coordination challenge between the institutions, between the regulators, fintechs, industry. And then I see an incentive challenge. Why would a citizen who is very comfortable using cash start using digital? That's the biggest challenge because 250 million people need to actually start to use this digital payments. The reality is that customers don't wake up in the morning thinking about payment systems. I think it's people like us who keep on focusing on it. The people, the general population, they just care about how convenient it is going to be. They just care about, is it going to be uh, are they going to be able to trust the payments, right? So they care whether something is easier than cash, quicker than cash, they'll adopt it. And that means even when excellent infrastructure exists, adoption does not automatically follow. The industry therefore needs to focus on not just on technology, but on customer experience, merchant awareness, merchant acceptance, trust, and ecosystem-wide collaboration. Infrastructures just create the possibility. Adoption actually creates the impact. There's a difference between the two. So we need to focus on how to adopt digital payments, how to make Pakistan as a digital nation. That was the theme we had in a conference about over 2 years ago. It was said to be Digital Nation Pakistan. So in my view, there are three things that will determine whether the next phase succeeds or not. The first is trust. Trust has always been the foundation of banking, and it remains the foundation of digital finance. Customers need confidence that their money is safe, that transactions will work, irrespective of what time of the day or night they attempt to make the transaction, it works. And that if something goes wrong, there's a fair and efficient resolution mechanism. The customer support is there. There's someone to listen to them. The second is inclusion. We often talk about adoption in aggregate numbers, but the real success is when digital payments become more relevant to the smaller merchants, like the MSMEs, the corner shop, the dairy shop, Karyana shop, the freelancers, small business owners, and finally, the ordinary and normal citizens. Because that is where scale ultimately comes from. And the third is economics. Digital payments must create uh, a value for all participants, for the customers, for the merchants, for the banks, for the government, and for the overall economy. If digital transactions are more convenient, more efficient, and less costly than cash, adoption will automatically be there. It's a, like you say, it's a natural outcome then. So let me say a few words specifically about the banks. as most of you sitting here, a digital finance evolves. There's something, a perception. There's a perception out there that banks become less important. I actually believe the very opposite. Banks will remain the most trusted institution in the financial ecosystem. They remain the primary custodian of customers' relationships, and more importantly, the customers' assets, their finances. The opportunity for banks is not simply to participate in the digital economy, the opportunity is to help shape it. The institutions that will thrive in the coming years will be those that see interoperability, partnerships, ecosystem participation not as a threat, but as an opportunity. Because ultimately, customers do not care who owns the infrastructure, the rails. They care about the experience that they get, how easy it is going to be, and how secure it is going to be for them to make any kind of payment using their mobiles. And whoever delivers the best experience will create the most value. So, a final thought: Pakistan has already done much of the hard work. The foundation has been laid. The infrastructure is increasingly in place, and the industry has demonstrated that it can work together whenever required. Now the challenge is to scale. We have over 3 million merchants already registered. We have half of those active already. We are processing approximately 15 to 17 million transactions on the daily on the available platforms that we have. But let me just say one more, just to give you an idea. Pakistan is a country of about 250 million people. That's 25 crore. Our neighbors are a population of 1,500 million people. Now they are transacting about 800 million transactions a day. So technically speaking, we should be doing somewhere around 140 million transactions a day, and we are processing about 15 to 20 million a day. So there's a lot of scope. As per one of the McKinsey's report, a normal person, an average person does about 3 to 4 transactions a day, even if we take 2 transactions a day. So Pakistan, by any chance, is doing about 500 million transactions a day. 50 crore roz ki minimum transactions. I pay my children the pocket money, that's a transaction. They pay the photocopier or the canteen at their school, that's a transaction. I buy a bottle of water, that's a transaction. And look, I mean, we are probably just doing 2%, 3% transactions digitally. That's it, not more. So the challenge is to scale, challenge is adoption, challenge is converting the existing digital infrastructure to create an economic impact. If we do that successfully, the benefits will definitely extend far and beyond the payments industry. I wish all a very productive event today, and I look forward to my discussions later today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faisal Saab, for joining us via Zoom. I think a gaibana round of applause for him, please. I think he rightly pointed out about the challenges of the digital payments we have right now, and at the same time, we have a lot of scope as well. Moving on, I'm going to introduce our another guest, a very honorable guest all the way from Sri Lanka, which is a beautiful country itself. He is a Global Chief Commercial Officer, Digital Platforms and Board Member, Global Management, BPC Banking Technologies. Please give a big round of applause and welcome and join me in welcoming Mr. Imran Bil Qasim to deliver his keynote speak session.
Very good morning. Absolutely delighted to be here. I've been dreaming of coming to Pakistan since March 25th, 1992. In case if you're wondering why that date is significant, that's the date actually you won the 1992 World Cup, right? I think Pakistan beat England in the final. I was 12 years old. Ever since then, I've been dreaming of coming to Pakistan. It's because I was in love with the country. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was in love with the country. I was also in love with the spirit of Pakistan cricket at that time. You were a team that didn't almost make the playoffs, right? Luckily, there was a game against England, and the match was watched off. You were all out by 86 runs. England was 17 for 1. Match was watched off, and you got 1 point. And on that point, you were able to qualify for the semifinals. You beat New Zealand in the first semifinal. That was the day Inzamamul Haq rose as a real superstar and really, helped Pakistan win. And then in the finals, I still remember my favorite cricketer, Wasim Akram, scoring 34 runs in about 21 balls. Then got 2 wickets in 2 balls. He got the wicket of Alan Lamb and Chris Lewis, and that sealed the game for Pakistan. And I was absolutely delighted to see how can a team who couldn't even, almost make the playoffs, came back so strong and won the World Cup, and that was an inspiring story for me about Pakistan. Now, thank you. Now I can keep going on about cricket in this whole forum for the whole day, especially about Pakistan cricket, because I do follow Pakistan cricket more than Sri Lanka cricket. But the real reason I'm here today is to talk about a topic which I think is significantly going to shape or reshape the domain of payments, banking, and commerce. This is not a topic about another banking app. It's not about digital banking. It's not about another payment rail. It's about the rise of invisible commerce. Let me start off with a prediction. The most important banking app of 2030 may actually not be a banking app. The reason for this is more and more, increasingly, customers are now relying on AI-based interfaces to make financial decisions. And if your customers are going to rely mostly on AI to make financial decisions, where is your place as a bank or a financial institution? So the future really belongs to whoever who helps customers make the best decisions. The future is not about making the best app in the world. It's about being available when your customers are making decisions. That's the future we are talking about in the era of invisible commerce. Let's take the future of Karachi. Let's fast forward 5 years, June 23rd, 2030, Karachi, Pakistan, right? This is not science fiction based. This is not some Karachi that has fallen out of the sky. It's a normal Karachi 5 years from today on a Tuesday morning. Okay? It's Karachi 5 years ahead on a lovely Tuesday morning. Nothing about Karachi in 5 years is going to be science fiction based. It's going to be Karachi. I want to quickly introduce you to, sorry, the screen is not working. I also want to introduce you to Amir, right? Amir is born and bred in Karachi. Amir is not a fintech founder or a technology professional. He's a middle-class technology, he's a middle-class business professional. He works as a sales manager. He's married. He's got 2 kids. He's got multiple financial relationships, multiple bank accounts, and so forth. But Amir is a very normal customer. And the reason Amir's story is so significant is because Amir represents millions of your customers in your banks or in your financial institutions, right? Now, Amir, like all of us, will have to make financial decisions. And I'll run you through a few use cases of financial decisions, right? The screen is not working. So the daily life of Amir, just like many of us, Amir wakes up in the morning, gets dressed, about to commute to work. He has typical obligations like all of us do. There are electricity bills to be made. Daughter needs a pair of football boots. Certain subscription payments coming up for renewal as well. Now, in this whole aspect of making payments, because of the rise of invisible commerce, there is zero decisions that Amir will do today to actually make these payments. And I'll show you how that works. Let's talk about electricity payments. I understand in Pakistan that you actually sent notifications or reminders about bill payments. You actually sent a notification about something that is coming up. Now, the way we live our daily lives, sometimes we have to remind ourselves to check the reminder of making a bill payment, right? The way we live our lives. How many times do you get notifications on your phone and you simply ignore and swipe right? And you don't always go back and check what it is because you forget what you were supposed to do. So how many times do you need to get reminded of something that you need to remember to do? A very simple thing like a bill payment. So assume a bill payment is coming up tomorrow, right? It's a financial obligation on behalf of Amir. In this case, what happens with invisible commerce, because of the power of AI, the AI assistant of Amir reviews his financial position, checks the expenses, the commitments across all his accounts, and then makes a recommendation based on projected cash flow. Now, you might have multiple bank accounts today, but these bank accounts might have projected cash flows or expenses coming out, which you might not remember, but the AI will remember. So the assistant will remember all of these, factor this into consideration, sends a notification or checks a notification, sends a notification from time to time to Amir saying, your payment is coming up, pay it today, you'll save some money, click approve, your payment is done. Now notice here, I did not have to log into a banking app. I didn't have to enter any biometrics or passwords. I just said make payment, the payment is done, and the electricity bill is settled. This is an example of invisible commerce. Today, you're talking about payments. Tomorrow, you're not really talking about payments. Payments are part of it, but you're talking about decisions. It's not about better transactions today, it's about better decisions tomorrow, right? So this is an example of electricity payments. Let's take another example of making a purchase. Amir wants to purchase his daughter's football boots. Look at the way how invisible commerce powered by AI can transform the shopping experience from searching to deciding. The need emerges, right? There is a need to buy a pair of football boots for his daughter. AI understands this need based on conversations with the daughter, based on WhatsApp messages with the daughter, also understands Amir's income levels, spend preferences, budget levels, and so forth. Then starts comparing options from multiple merchants about the right kind of football boot for his daughter. Once these options are compared, the best choice is made. The recommendation is done. Amir says, fine, let's go ahead. The engine itself then applies any cashback coupons or reward coupons or discounts or anything on the purchase, selects the most preferred account to be used for the payment, and the payment is done. The football pair of boots are purchased and it's stocked and it's delivered. Now note one thing here. Amir never started searching for products. Amir never started comparing products, never compared websites, never compared prices. Amir expressed intent, AI managed the journey, but Amir just made the decision to buy. That's about it. This is the rise of invisible commerce. So in the world of invisible commerce, technology is moving us from searching for things to deciding on things. This is the world of invisible purchases. Let's also talk about invisible threats. The best form of fraud is a fraud that the user or Amir does not know, right? Again, assume Amir is about to make a payment, a suspicious activity is detected, the AI assistant powered by fraud capabilities is able to detect various signals. This can be a device anomaly, it can be a location anomaly, it can be a behavioral anomaly, it can be anything. These anomalies are detected, the transaction is identified as high risk before any authorization. The threat is already contained, the customer continues normally, Amir continues normally with no knowledge of a threat even taking place. This is the world of invisible threats. in invisible payments, right? Now, you might ask me, these are all great use cases for retail, for consumers. But what about the world of businesses? How does this whole concept of invisible commerce powered by AI work in the world of businesses? I want to introduce you to one more person. He's Ahmed, right? He's a chief financial officer of Crescent Manufacturing Limited. Now, Ahmed's problems are not about buying full board booths or making electricity payments. Ahmed has a different set of issues. It's about liquidity. It's about supplier payments. It's about internal bank transfers. It's about contracts. It's about making the payments at the right time to even gain certain discounts or yield over FX fluctuations. So all what Ahmed does is he talks about his business priorities. His business priorities are identified. AI engine, the assistant itself, does the financial review. The entire opportunity for a payment is identified, but it's also identifying how you can make the payment with the lowest amount of cost attached to that payment. The recommendations are given by the engine. Ahmed executes the approval, the payment is done, right? Again, very simple. Today, if Ahmed was to do this, he would have to process a lot of information, check a lot of literature from multiple sources, combine and amalgamate this together. Now, Ahmed need not do this. Ahmed is using AI. So Ahmed is now suddenly a professional who is moving from processing information to actually making actionable decision, because the information processing is done by Ahmed's AI assistant. This is the day of Ahmed. Now, I understand this is in 2030. This is 2026. Of course, 2030 is not too far away. But everything that I spoke of today is already starting to happen. Look at comparison of current capabilities versus the future. Today, available today, you already know there is AI recommendations. There is predictive analytics. There is personalized banking. There is real-time payments. There is fraud detection. There is embedded finance. So all what I'm talking today is not some science fiction which will happen in the next 60 years. A lot of what I'm talking today is already happening. These capabilities are now getting extended into more advanced capabilities. Things like autonomous payments, things like AI advisors, agentic commerce, AI negotiations, autonomous treasury, which is what Ahmed was doing earlier, and AI to AI commerce. AI to AI commerce is an interesting thing. It's about an AI assistant buying from another AI assistant. That's the world that we're moving towards. Now, it's very interesting to see the background of this, the evolution of decision making. We started with searching for information. Then algorithms were developed to recommend content for us. In the last few years, AI started advising things for us. In 2030, AI will act on us. So the real transformation, whilst we all think it's technology, which is important, technology has played a significant role in it. The real transformation is how we as humans have started making decisions. We started by searching, then we went on recommendations, we went on advisory. Now the decisions are made on our behalf by our own assistants who are not necessarily humans, these are AI agents, right? The maturity model of intelligent commerce. If you look at Pakistan today, and also having listened to the gentleman before me, obviously Pakistan opportunity is bigger than digital payments. You're in a real stage to leapfrog into the era of invisible commerce. If you look at the stages of intelligent commerce, right? Digitization, I think you're already there. Moving transactions online through mobile banking, wallets to internet banking to anything. All of that you're already doing today, and you're doing this very strongly. I think the previous person mentioned you have a 300 million population. If one person does 1.5 to 2 transactions, that's 500 million or 500 million transactions. That's a lot of transactions, right? So you're already there. You're already in stage 2 as well. A lot of work is already happening in stage 2. Moving money instantly via systems like RAS payments or QR payments or even digital banks. You're already there. Now the transition can happen. Move from stage 1 to 2, you're already in 2 already. Your next stage is 3. This is the future of intelligent commerce that you can bring in, where you are moving into things like transitioning into AI recommendations, autonomous payments, agentic commerce, and predictive services. today, like I said, today we talk about payments and transactions. Tomorrow, payments and transactions are a very small piece of the puzzle. Tomorrow, it's about helping your customers make financial decisions, which involves payments and transactions. That's a piece you need to look at, right? Now, what happens when your next customer is not human, right? Today, all your journeys, all your conversations in your boardrooms, in your strategy rooms, in your design teams, it's all about a customer which is largely human in nature, right? But what happens if your customer tomorrow is actually not a human, right? If you look at Amir's journey earlier, Amir made the intent to buy a pair of football boots. But if you look at what happened after that, it was actually an AI person who was actually doing the work for him. Comparing the products, the reviews, the prices, the websites, the merchants and everything, and coming up with the merchant. So the actual evaluator of the product is not a human. So a need emerges. So example, a customer decides they need a new laptop to work. AI understands the budget preferences, the delivery timelines, and the usages, and the usage for which it is required. Then all the market is evaluated, the merchants evaluated, the best option is arranged or recommended, and the financing is arranged. So if you want to enable journeys like BNPL or SNPL or Save Now Pay Later journeys, you can enable that. But you can see the customer only makes the intent and the decision. The rest of it, the major part of the buying behavior is actually happening through an AI agent. So this is an example of how you're actually having an AI to AI interaction about a product purchase. Right. Now, who owns a customer relationship? Obviously the primary interface is evolving. Today for us, we think we own the customer when the customer is using a banking app or a merchant app or a wallet app or a super app. We think we own the customer. Tomorrow, your primary interface in which your customer is interacting with you is changing. It may no longer be a banking app. It will be an AI assistant. It is not a merchant app. It's not a wallet app. It's not a super app. It can be an assistant. So the question to this room and the question to the audience is, when AI becomes the primary interface, who owns the customer relationship? Actually, I don't know, right? The answers can keep evolving, right? Who owns a customer relationship? You can always say bank still owns a relationship, but what if the AI interface is not owned by the bank? What if it's another third party who's part of an ecosystem? Who owns the customer relationship? So the model of we owning the relationship as banks or fintechs because they use a banking app or digital payments app or wallet app or super app, that premise will no longer be true in the future when the AI assistant becomes a primary interface in which a customer interacts with you, right? Now, what happens if we get this wrong as a bank, as a merchant, as a fintech, right? As a bank, if you get this whole strategy wrong, you become invisible utilities. And what does that mean? Customers no longer start their journey with a bank, right? Because the AI assistants become the primary interface. So how do you fit in this whole equation? And the consequence for you as a bank is that you have less customer engagement, loyalty and differentiation. What happens if you're a merchant? You compete only on price, and that will reduce margins for a merchant. What happens if you're a fintech? You lose customer ownership, right? These are the pitfalls of getting this strategy wrong, right? I'm not saying anybody has got this strategy right today, but don't get it wrong because this strategy will keep evolving, right? I fundamentally believe to make invisible commerce happen, you need 4 foundations. And let me break this down very simply for you. Intelligence understands things through the data that provides context. And then the ecosystems create the choices, and the payments that you make deliver the outcomes. Now, what does this mean? Intelligence means the brain. Just like us, the human brain, the AI engines or the assistant understands the intent. I want to buy a laptop, that's an intent. I have to pay my bill today, that's an intent. The data provides the real-time understanding of customer behavior. Okay, if I want to pay this bill, how much of money do I have in my accounts? and what payments are going out from my accounts in the future, in the next few days, and what is the most appropriate account to actually make this payment. That's the data. The ecosystems is the choice, right? So you saw the example of ecosystems is how Amir used an AI agent to actually make choices of what football boots to buy. That's the choice. That's the ecosystem. Then the payment is basically the execution, where you turn the recommendation into a completed outcome. These are the four fundamentals. If you remove any one of these fundamentals or any of these components, the whole concept of invisible commerce does not work. The concept of invisible commerce actually breaks. Right? This is the game today. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a problem in the screen. Now, we as BPC, what are we seeing globally? We are a company that works across 150 countries, over 500 plus customers. We are present in pretty much all regions in the world, and we see a fairly global view of everything that is happening in this industry. And there are four key things that are becoming very clear. Payments are definitely becoming very invincible. Customers care about the outcomes. It's not about the transactions. Commerce is becoming conversational, right? People are moving from search to recommendations, right? Decisioning is becoming intelligent. AI is increasingly influencing financial choices. And this is why I said the institution that wins tomorrow is the institution that is closest to the decision. Ecosystems are becoming critical. No institution can deliver the entire future alone. You need to be part of other ecosystems. Now, how we see the future of intelligent commerce? The work we are doing today is about bringing four components together to make intelligent commerce happen. We are doing a lot of work in the space of artificial intelligence, really understanding how AI-powered decisioning, predictive recommendations, fraud, personalized engagement are driving better outcomes. We are working a lot on that. How we can connect banks, merchants, fintechs, and governments to create ecosystems. That's your choice layer. How payments can be done invisibly through these capabilities. That's your outcome layer. And how do we deliver consumer journeys, business journeys, merchant journeys to drive invisible commerce? These are the four fundamental capabilities that's going to drive the future of payments. Future of decisions that makes payments. The future belongs to organizations that connect intelligent payments, ecosystems, and better decisions. Now, the evolution of competitive advantage are as a result of it. Yesterday, your main emphasis was on more products, more features, more channels, bigger brand networks, larger customer bases. Tomorrow, your focus and emphasis needs to be on better intelligence, better orchestration of experiences across the ecosystem, better context, and better decisions. Let me go back to Amir. You realize Amir never opened his banking app, but yet he made better decisions all day long. He made bill payments, he did purchases, he optimized his finances, he also prevented fraud, which without even knowing. So banking happened all day for Amir without logging into a banking app, without even becoming a destination, without a bank becoming a destination. So like I said, the institution closest to the decision wins. For the last 20 years, we have been teaching customers how to use technology. For the next 20 years, technology will learn how to understand customers. So the question for you is, will your institution still be part of the conversation, right? And let me stop here by thanking you again for having me here. This dream was made possible by my very good friend and colleague, Farooq. So Farooq, thank you so much. Thank you for the few minutes you gave me to share the vision with you. I'll leave you with one thought. The future of banking is not about being the destination. You are not going to be the destination for everything that a customer wants. It's about being present at the moment a customer makes a decision. Because in the age of AI, the institution, like I said, the institution that is closest to the decision wins. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Imran. That was very insightful session. And you earlier mentioned some of our legendary cricketers from Pakistan team. I must say that your country has also produced some amazing cricketers, naming from De Silva, Ranatunga, and my all-time favorite Kumar Sangakkara. So thank you once again for being here. Moving on to another speaking session. PayPak represents more than a payment scheme. It represents Pakistan's ambition to build indigenous payment capabilities and strengthen financial sovereignty. To share this exciting journey, and before I announce his name, I must say I love this line, sir. PayPak, Pakistaniyat ka passion. It's a great line. It reflects a lot of patriotism in it. To share this exciting journey, please welcome Mr. Najib Agrawala, CEO OneLink Private Limited, presenting PayPak, Pakistaniyat ka passion. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। अब वो मैं सोच रहा था कि जब ये फैसल भाई ने और अभी इमरान साहब ने जो स्पीच की, उसके बाद एआई और कल की बातें, और फिर मैं आपको ज़रा माजी में ले जाऊंगा, तो सोच रहा था किस तरह आपका अटेंशन रखूं। तो एक वो अज़ीज़ हामिद मदनी साहब, एक रीसेंट पोएट गुजरे, उनका बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एक लाइन है कि कुछ यूँ याद आ रही मुझे कि तिलिस्म ख्वाब ज़ुलेखा, तिलिस्म ख्वाब ज़ुलेखा और फिर दाम बुर्दा फरोश, बाज़ार में जो गोश्त के दाम होते हैं ना, तो तिलिस्म ख्वाब ज़ुलेखा जो गुजरा है अभी, और दाम बुर्दा फरोश जो शायद आने वाला है। 1000 तरह के किस्से सफ़र में होते हैं। सो कुछ आपको बोर भी करूँगा कुछ, लेकिन ज़मीन पे पैर शायद हमें रखने की भी ज़रूरत पड़ती है कभी कभार। तो आई एम गोइंग टू टेल यू द जर्नी। थोड़ा सा माजी है, थोड़ा सा पास्ट है, कार्ड्स सीम अ बिट पैसे एज यू नो, बट ऑब्वियसली किसी भी ग्रेट फ्यूचर को बनाने के लिए एक बहुत ही ताबनाक माजी की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। तो जस्ट स्टे विथ मी फॉर 10 मिनट्स, आई टेक यू थ्रू द जर्नी ऑफ पेपाक। एक अच्छी खबर ये है कि 2026 में हम पेपाक के पूरे 10 साल सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं। सो अ राउंड ऑफ अपलॉज प्लीज़, वी वुड फील वेरी इनकरेज। और सच तो ये है कि जब अनाउंस हुआ था पेपाक 2026 में, तो हम दुनिया में वन ऑफ द फ्यू कंट्रीज़, 28वां मुल्क था जिसने ये अनाउंस की थी स्कीम। सो इवन रिलेटिवली पाकिस्तान की तरक्की के इर्तिका की मंजिलें देखते हुए टेक्नोलॉजी साइड पे ज़रा जल्दी था। और सच तो ये कि मैं आपको जब जर्नी भी दिखाऊंगा, तो पिछले 5 साल एक्चुअल हैं जब पेपाक ने बहुत रैपिड प्रोग्रेस की, और पहले 5 साल वो थे जब कुछ ग्राउंड वर्क और कुछ हमारी भी काहिलियत समझ लें, स्लोनेस समझ लें, और ऑब्वियसली द एंटायर इकोसिस्टम वाज नॉट रेडी। सो मैं आपको भी छोटी सी जर्नी दिखाता हूँ 10 साल की। 2016 में पेपाक ने को लाइसेंस मिला, और उसके बाद EMV कंप्लायंस और कॉन्टैक्टलेस एंड कॉन्टैक्ट पेमेंट्स के लिए हमने काम शुरू किया। और सबसे बड़ा जो जर्नी थी वो ऑब्वियसली हमने कोशिश की कि टू ब्रिंग द को-बैज्ड कार्ड, and that was a good decision we took ages ago, and it was emulated by many countries worldwide. So surprisingly, and thanks to our friends at Thales, which was Gemalto at that time, we got the right advice, and we decided, and there was a lot of debate at the regulator level also. There was a lot of criticism on this decision of ours, कि should we go for a co-badge or should we go for a domestic SIM? And believe me, it's not black and white. Even now, we have critics who say that you should have only gone for a mono badge and actually implemented it. And I always keep telling the skeptics that this is not the way to actually join the world mainstream if you have a card which is only a mono badge. So in my humble opinion, we took the right decision, and luckily we had good friends in the Union Pay who held our hand, and also JCB. So in 2019, we announced the 2 co-badge cards with JCB, and more importantly with Union Pay, and right now we have about 1 million plus cards which are co-badged PayPaks with Union Pay. Moving on, And actually, like I said, it took 5 years for even the regulator to actually understand what's going on. In 2020, we had this major circular which said that the PayPark will be the default card and banks will offer PayPark by default. लेकिन आज तक बैंकर्स बैठे में किसी पे पेनल्टी लगी है अगर उन्होंने पे पाक ऑफर नहीं किया अपने कस्टमर को? सच बताइएगा, दिल पे हाथ रखे और आपको बात समझ आ जाएगी कि कुछ रेगुलेशन सिर्फ रेगुलेशन होते हैं, दिखाने के होते हैं। लेकिन इसका ये मतलब नहीं कि बहुत बुरा हुआ। हमारी प्रोडक्ट भी ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि वो खुद ही कस्टमर नाम से मांगे। वाई शुड वी बी बेगिंग फॉर दिस कि हमें पुश किया जाए थ्रू रेगुलेशन? एंड दैट्स वेयर वी आर राइट नाउ एंड वी आर ट्राइंग टू डेवलप द बेस्ट इन क्लास प्रोडक्ट। उसके बाद हमने डील्स एंड डिस्काउंट्स लाए और एक्चुअल काम 2023 में मेन शुरू हुआ जब हमने नई आइडेंटिटी जो आप आजकल पेपाल की देख रहे हैं विद द न्यू लोगो। हमने मास्टर कार्ड के साथ एक मेजर अलायंस साइन किया बोथ ऑन द acquisition side and also on the issuing side, and we have the first co-badge MasterCard issued, as you know, this year. So things have moved on. We are also now PayPark is being used on MPGS. So that journey began in 2023, and then we started branch engagements and merchant events, and the journey carried on. We launched our Hope program, which is a loyalty program. Now we have it on the application also. And the big thing was 2 or 3 recent successes. One is G2P. We have started issuing a lot of G2P cards, and that's a great move by the industry to actually serve the underserved through a cheaper proposition, which is PayPark. Apart from that, we've also launched a high-end card, which is meeting a lot of success. The first bank has issued this card by the name of PayPark Edge, which is National Bank. And we are looking at a lot of queries now from other customers, and hopefully we'll be soon announcing more banks which are going to issue the PayPark Edge, which is a high-end premium card. It will be co-badged in most cases. Next slide. Okay, so basically PayPark, remember, is not a card, it's a scheme. And we are obviously very much on the bandwagon to take it to cashless heights also. So it's powering a secure, inclusive and interoperable shift from cash to a connected digital economy is what we look at. There are 4 basic advantages. I really don't want to go into a lecture on what are the advantages of a domestic scheme, but obviously reliance on domestic पाकिस्तान की स्पेंड पाकिस्तान में रहे नंबर 1, और उसके साथ साथ कंट्रोल ओवर प्राइसिंग एंड रेगुलेशंस एंड ऑल. That's one basic domestic scheme advantage you're all aware of. The other is lower cost and of course zero forex. As you know, many of us pay a lot of fees. I'm not talking about the spend abroad. I'm talking about the fees you pay per transaction. And that estimate ranges from anything from 13 rupees to 50 rupees, depending on how you cut the cake. But there are a lot of expenses which are on the fees paid out in dollars to foreign schemes, which obviously the PayPark does not charge. And obviously PayPark, a domestic transaction, is zero charge transactionally, which the regulator drove through us ages ago. The third is, of course, affordable financial inclusion, which we are now sowing the reaps of, reaping the benefits of rather. And then the best part is now this co-badge, which is going to take us to the international level. And we've just announced, like I told you, the MasterCard, and inshallah, the last scheme is also going to come in soon, hopefully, and we'll have a full-fledged offering on all the schemes, international payment schemes. Next slide. So the good news to many of you who would not know this, but 28% of issued cards in Pakistan are now PayPark mono-badged or PayPark co-badged. So every 4th card in the Pakistani pocket is right now a PayPark. Now this is surprising for many of you, obviously, because a lot of them are to the underserved, which is great because we are in the journey of enabling a lot of segments of the society. And it's a natural process. You know, it's the masses first, and then comes the more affluent segments, which we've just announced. There are 16.1 million active PayPark cards right now. We have all ATMs acquired PayPark, all POS, 100% coverage of PayPark. We have 7 issuing affiliates and 34 issuing banks, and we are 36 issuing banks. So the coverage is full. The only problem is 3 smaller e-commerce acquirers and one large one, which is CyberSource, which I'm just going to announce that that's also going to happen. So PayPark will be available on e-commerce 100% very shortly. Next slide. So there are various variants of PayPark. We have a standard offering. We have a offering for the underserved called the PayPark Green. We have a offering for the affluent, which is called PayPark Edge. And we have recently launched the PayPark card for women. And we are now working on segmented offerings, which we will soon be announcing as time passes. Next slide. This is our standard KV, if you like. We are where it is a PayPark standard card for the masses, and this is about 13 million cards right now. The good news is that the Edge, which we have launched, it has got curated benefits for the high-end customers. So we have obviously got from free medical executive checkup once in a lifetime, to comprehensive insurance coverage, both on accidental and natural death of 15 and 1.5 and 3 million. So the product has been enhanced to suit the affluent, and there's a lot of traction here. The Pink is a fledgling product. We are still struggling with it. Obviously, banks have committed, their own ladies products previously, so we came late to the party, and we have to work on this proposition, but we will inshallah deliver some good results here. And the Green is going strong. It is the lowest end. It doesn't have retail discounts, and it is serving the blue collar worker very well. So those are the 4 offerings we are boasting of. The good news is that we are now offering almost every weekend 50% off on selected e-commerce merchants. This has really enhanced our presence on the e-commerce side, and we tend to announce these partners every fortnight usually, and the traction is immense, and many banks are now. And one of the requests to all of you is that if you are still struggling with the decision of whether to keep your card live on e-commerce or whether you need to activate it, please, the time is now to make PayPark active on e-commerce whenever the customer needs to use it. Kindly get that going. Even the most conservative banks are not doing that. So those of you who have not done it, please go ahead and open up your cards on e-commerce 24/7. Next slide. This is an interesting snapshot. Some of you will be familiar. It's a very new one. But what we share with you now in our monthly MIS is how is your card being used. This is our new BI tool which we are using. And if you go, I've obviously blotted out the names of the acquirers, A, B, C, D, E. But we tell you where your cards are being used, which are the merchants, and what are the value and volume of those transactions. This map goes out. What I'm doing is just trying to sell the MIS, which goes out to all banks. Kindly use it, ask questions, ask us to do more, and do a further deep dive for your bank if need be. So this is the sort of information we share with you now every month on how your PayPal cards are being used at merchants Pakistan-wide. It's the same, and you can just go back, just one thing I need to. The transaction volumes, by the way, cards are still not a major spend mechanism in Pakistan, and you can see that over 5 months, it's only 20 million transactions, and we are about 10% of the spend, 28% in issuance, but 10% of spend. So you can see that if you were to extrapolate, numbers of transactions in Pakistan still has a long way to go on the card side. And same, we report this next slide on e-commerce also for our banks. So just something to note and make use of as you scroll down our MIS every month. Next slide. But just to make a point here, I always tend to do this, but there's an accusation sometimes, and many bankers turn to me and ask me that, can you manage? Can PayPal keep up to the international payment standard norms? And I keep telling them that what we process at PayPal is just minuscule. It is very small compared to the sort of transactions we've been processing for years. Right now, we are expecting 86 trillion rupees, which is more than half of Pakistan's GDP. expected this year as transactions in value. Next slide. And if you look at the volume, it's not a game of inflation. We are looking at something like 12 billion transactions which OneLink will be processing, out of which PayPark is a very small percentage. I just showed you 20 million transactions in 5 months. So there's a lot of capacity to absorb a lot of transactions, and alhamdulillah, as you know, that over the years, there have been no major financial slippage or scandal on the OneLink transactions domestically. Yes, whatever has happened on the international side, and you know those scandals very well. Next slide. So I've come to an end of my presentation. There are two things which are exciting us these days, and that's the next chapter for PayPark. One is, of course, the PayPark credit card. 2 or 3 parts, which one goes first through the door. But inshallah, we'll be announcing the PayPark credit card. And we look at it, you know very well that there are only 2 million plus credit cards in Pakistan. You know there are only 12 active issuers. And the biggest problem with credit cards for the issuers is the platform and the fees. So we are looking at a pay-as-you-earn model. We have partnered with Euronet to offer the platform where need be. And hopefully, we'll be announcing some major alliances on the credit card side. And the next one, of course, we're talking about cashless. Why only a card? So tokenization is the next frontier. Obviously, we are talking to, it will be available on OEMs also, both Google Pay and Apple Wallet will be featuring our PayPark. We have developed an indigenous tokenization vault, so we will not be depending on any international vendors. And obviously, we are hoping to market this to other international players also, domestic schemes in other countries also, inshallah, as we develop this proposition. Both these will be announced in 2026. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Najib Saab, and congratulations for completing your 10 years journey, and we wish you all the best for the next decade. Moving on to one of the most anticipated sessions of the morning, digital banks have transformed from a vision into reality and are redefining how financial services are delivered. This is our fireside chat, the rise of digital banks in Pakistan, lessons from the journey so far. This will explore achievements, challenges, and lessons learned from Pakistan's digital banking pioneers. Please welcome the moderator of this discussion, Mr. Najib Rahman, Secretary, Pakistan Banks Association, who will introduce the distinguished guests. Please welcome Mr. Najib Rahman. A big round of applause for Mr. Najib.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Before I start, let me just get the lay of the land. I can't see the people here, but non-bankers यहाँ पे कितने हैं? 1%. I would imagine the rest are all people associated with the banking industry. ठीक है, okay. Thank you. जो डिजिटल बैंक्स के जो हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं आज, 2 CEOs, मेरी नज़र में तो मैं उनको ब्रेव सोल्स कहूँगा. Why do I call them brave souls? Because पाकिस्तान की जो मार्केट है, it's दुनिया की हर मार्केट यूनिक होती है, हमारी ज़रा ज़्यादा यूनिक है. और इस मार्केट में स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम स्क्रैच इज़ अ ह्यूज चैलेंज. तो I really consider well all digital banks जो अभी आने वाले हैं दो और जो तीन already हैं, I call them brave souls because in a market obviously being led by the large banks and the mid-tier banks, I mean already around 46 commercial banks, Islamic banks, microfinance banks, and of course not counting DFIs, उनको भी add कर लूँ तो we are 50 plus. So इस market में to start from scratch is a big challenge, and I really appreciate that these people are taking on the challenge, and I guess that's why they call challenger banks. So let me first introduce Umair. He's the CEO for Rakami Digital Bank, Islamic Bank, and Umair is. They started very recently. So, Umair, may I request you to come up front? Round of applause, please. And then within the digital sector, maybe a veteran, इनको थोड़ा सा time ज़्यादा हुआ है. Humayun Sajjad, please. Mashriq Bank. Thank you. Time ज़रा limited है, तो I'll try to touch upon 5 key areas जो I think बहुत critical हैं within this journey. थोड़ा सा मैं historical क्या lay of the land ज़रा बता दूँ, which is not easy. क्योंकि historically तो of course we all know our onboarding has been primarily manual. Or for the past many years now, and more recently, I think digital onboarding has become, the key. And these two and the other 3 are, of course, looking into that area. Or primarily, इनकी तो dependency है ही digital onboarding के ऊपर without the brick and mortar setup. Problem सिर्फ ये आ जाता है कि there's a huge number which is outside the banking system. 11.6 trillion rupees are sitting outside the banking system as we speak. So that is a huge chunk जो एक किस्म का आप समझ लें shadow economy भी कह सकते हैं, cash economy है, informal economy है. और उसको formalize करने में I'm hoping कि या सबकी एक hope ये भी है कि जो underserved या unserved हैं वो digital banks उनको भी देखेंगे. अच्छा, उसके साथ साथ एक हमारा, sorry थोड़ा सा preamble थोड़ा सा लंबा है, but I just want to lay out the lay of the land. So we have about 140 million people who are age 18 years and above. According to State Bank, 103 million unique customers हैं, depository customers हैं. That gives us a financial inclusion of about 73%. So purely from a depository perspective, that is a very, very high number. अब कितना वो economy में banking sector में contribute कर रहे हैं, उसका एक सिर्फ जो larger concern है वो ये है कि 76% of these accounts are literally close to zero balance. 128, 130 million accounts ऐसे हैं जो less than 5,000 rupees हैं. So what this tells us is a very small percentage of customers are actually with a larger deposit, and of course, जो lending part है वो तो और भी उससे कम है. But nonetheless, with this context, so we have the 2 gentlemen here, and let me just first start. I just want to go back to day one. You know, when you maybe were drawing up the plans, getting the approvals. तो जो आपने envisage किया था और जहां आज आप खड़े हैं, उसमें कितना बड़ा difference आपको नजर आया? If I may ask with that first. उमैर, आप start कर लें मुझे.
Thank you, Najib साहब. Assalamu alaikum. Very interesting question because we started our journey 2023 में, हमें याद है जब हमें एसेंस मिला था, बल्कि जर्नी इससे पहले स्टार्ट हुई थी 2021 में.
Right.
So I always tell my board and my team कि हमने वहाँ से लेके अब तक 3 दफ़ा अपना प्लान अपडेट किया. The plan that we made in 21 वो जब when we went out 23 के अंदर हमें realize हुआ कि that plan जो है वो applicable नहीं हो सकता. Then we again went down to the drawing board again. So one thing I think जो हमने realize किया इस journey में, it's not about numbers and technology, it is about focus.
Right.
That we need to be need to have a laser sharp focus के rather than तमाम products, तमाम चीज़ें एक साथ लाने की हम कोशिश करें. We get the basics right first and get out in the market. And that is one of the key learnings that we had, and this is exactly what we did. कि हमने अपने went back to the basics in the drawing board multiple times, and finally we decided to get the onboarding right and get out there, and then we move on with different products.
Humayun, you are bringing in the Mashriq playbook, right? And obviously Mashriq is a very well established, one of the largest regional banks. But उसमें से कौन सी चीजें were not fitting into the Pakistan market? आपकी उसके
I remember November 2017, we were launching UBL's digital lab in Dolmen Mall. The board was there, and when chairman was cutting the ribbon, he asked, "What will happen to UBL? What are we trying to build here?" And I remember giving an example of Mashriq Neo that was launched in November 2017 in the UAE as the North Star for us to build something similar in Pakistan. Little did I know that I'll be leading Mashriq Neo's launch in the country. Let me take a step back. When we were building the bank in Pakistan, I personally have been part of, throughout my career, all jobs were in building something from ground up. So when we started building the bank in Pakistan, there was a huge challenge of how do we position the bank. There are 50 plus financial institutions in the country. And there is a clear divide of large bank with branches, where people trust with their large sums of money, and then wallet players, where it is more like a commodity, and people use it for regular payments. And then we come into the play. So the first challenge that we had to overcome was to strike digital from our name. So we did not write our name as Mashriq Digital Bank, which is our license name. We said we'll establish ourselves as Mashriq Bank. The other challenge was that the Mashriq globally does not use the word bank in its branding and communication. But in Pakistan, if you can, if you experienced our marketing and communication, we specifically added the word bank to make sure that we win the trust of a customer that this is a bank and not a wallet, and this is a large bank coming to Pakistan.
True.
So,
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you, but just as a follow-up, now that you both are where you are, what was it, or क्या आप कहेंगे कि what would you do something differently than from where you started? वो जो आपने experience अभी तक किया है in the last, आपको ज़रा ज़्यादा है, इनको hardly 4 महीने हुए. What would you do differently than what you know now?
I keep reflecting on our launch in Pakistan. I think the opportunity is immense, and I would have saved 12 months by launching much earlier. And the reason I'm saying that if you look at last 5 years, between 2020 to 2026, the banking deposits have literally grown by 150%, from close to 17 trillion to 37 trillion now. अब country ऊपर जा रहा है या नीचे जा रहा है, GDP के साथ जो भी हो रहा है, banking industry is absolutely thriving in this country. The value that we are processing now. So as a service provider of financial industry, I think as soon as possible, if you can get the grasp of this country, the sooner the better.
चलें, आपने कहा बैंक साथ thriving. मेरा सिर्फ उसमें I'll probably get reprimanded for this, but issue ये है कि we look at our advances to deposit ratio. Because you see, banks make money primarily from the interest income, right? I mean, if you look at P&L, 20% के लगभग fee income होती है, बाकी it's interest income. So with an advances to deposit ratio of currently around 38%, maybe 40%, and investment to deposit ratio of over 100%. So that means कि हमारा जो banking sector है primarily कमा रहा है from government securities, government investment. वो एक अलग topic है कि वो obviously fiscal deficit को finance करने के लिए इस साल भी हम लोग कोई जो next financial year start हो रहा है, I think close to 4 trillion हम लोग banking sector finance करेगा. But let's say कि we take away that part, right? So then it becomes rather a challenging proposition, no? I mean, अगर आप ये हिस्सा निकाल दें fiscal deficit financing का, with a current ADR of 37-38%, जहाँ पे regional markets are over, कहीं तो 90% हैं, Western markets are over 100%, कहीं 50, India 60, 70, 80%. So generally इसके अंदर होता है. हम लोग, I think we are perhaps the lowest. So how do you see that part happening? Because do you see the opportunity in the market? Yeah, banks need to change their playbook, from the risk appetite perspective. Collateralized lending से हमें हटना पड़ेगा, cash flow पे जाना. How do you guys see that happening going forward? Because that's why I keep saying it's a very challenging environment.
I'll let Umair answer and then I'll...
Umair ज़रा चुप बैठे, पहले मैं उनको डाल.
You rightly pointed out, when Rakmi was envisaged as Islamic Bank, the board on day one, जो mandate board ने हमें दिया था, वो दिया था to lead with financing. And ये हमारे business plan में बहुत ज़्यादा important element है कि we need to launch financing as early as possible. Just stepping back, what Humayun said, what could have been done different. So I share the same opinion as Humayun कि हम 12 महीने पहले launch हो गए होते और हम financing और जल्दी ले आते. The key is that कि जिस तरह आपने कहा कि I think banks को risk appetite change करने से ज़्यादा leveraging data, channeling that into the credit risk decision making, leveraging AI in that, इस पे ज़्यादा focus करना पड़ेगा. And as digital banks, we are trying to work on the same कि हमें थोड़ा advantage ये है कि हम ground up से launch हुए हैं, legacy systems नहीं हैं. So we are maybe able to leverage AI better and early on to start the risk decision making early on. And we feel SME space में, even consumer space में, there is significant opportunity. You just mentioned uncollateralized lending. Supply chain financing is being picked up in Pakistan. आप देख रहे होंगे आजकल banks are very active. State Bank has mandated that, and that is one of the first products we are also bringing in for SME. And the space is huge, and the demand is huge as well. How you manage your risk will depend and of how successful you are in that.
Okay. Humayun, आपकी क्या thoughts?
Look, Mashriq Bank in the UAE has 78% ADR. So we don't shy away from lending, but to be honest, we'll have to build the market first before we start on the lending journey. And for that, the cash flows for individual and SMEs have to come into the bank so that we can then build on the products and offering. In my view, the payments that are happening in the country, 10 billion payments in a year, versus to a similar country like Brazil, where the payment transactions are 115 billion in a year. There is huge potential for this country to go cashless and continue to grow I think the number of transactions between cash and digital is irrelevant now. Saying 92% is digital doesn't mean anything. The absolute value is still tiny in a global perspective. So, what I'm really pushing for is to get the hygiene, fundamental banking right. आज भी salary days पे industry की काम पे टांग रही होती है. And there are disputes and there are challenges in a simple IBFT or a transfer transaction. So this industry really needs to grow at scale before we talk about...
I agree with you there. I mean, even though earlier we've been talking about the mobile transactions and all the related information, But surprisingly, according to State Bank, 103 million unique customers, right? One customer having even multiple accounts is counted as well. But mobile banking, I'm not talking about mobile wallets. Mobile banking के जो हमारे users हैं, 27 million है. 103 million unique customers हैं. That gives you a 26% की penetration. और at least, अच्छा उसमें से भी मल्टीपल वो होंगे क्योंकि वो मोबाइल बैंकिंग वाले नंबर्स जो हैं वो दे आर नॉट.
अगर आप उसको डेली एक्टिव और मंथली एक्टिव पे जाएंगे तो
बहुत कम है. तो व्हाई इज दैट? मतलब अगर वो ठीक है, मतलब 100 मिलियन यूनिक कस्टमर्स में से, डिपॉजिटरी कस्टमर्स में से एक्स अमाउंट एक्टिव होगा, एक्स अमाउंट डोरमेंट होगा. डोरमेंट भी बहुत ज्यादा अकाउंट्स हैं बाय द वे, एंड बिलो 5,000 यू नो इज हार्डली, like I mentioned, over 120, कितना है 100 and I think 28 million accounts है. तो how do we, already जो हमारे पास market है 103 million unique customers की और सिर्फ 26% penetration है mobile banking की, so उसको किस तरह, how are you going to address that? Even though ठीक है आपके पास अभी वो numbers नहीं है जो larger banks के पास है, but it's still a bit mind-boggling के it's still a very small number. So how do you see that, both of you, in terms of your, because आपका तो सारी dependency mobile के ऊपर है.
Look, the trust deficit is still huge. If you look at the banking industry, digital channels, the mindset is that the daily limit is 1 million, 2 million, and some banks have made it 5 million or 10 million as well. But if you look at the average ticket size of a mobile banking transaction, it's still 45,000 versus to a paper base which is close to 850,000 rupees. So the trust deficit is huge, and I owe it to banking industry because we have set that mindset. Oh, by the way, for small ticket, here is mobile app, and for large ticket, here is branch and check. So that mindset has not gone away yet. With digital banks, we don't have option of asking customers to, by the way, use a check or a pay order to make large payments. That's why from get-go, our SME customers can do in a day 30 million, and if they want more, we will allow them to perform transactions. Similarly, for individual customers, as such, there is no limit for us to perform that transaction. But that mental barrier is something that we will have to break by making sure that the appropriate fraud controls and cyber security is addressed. And that's the confidence and trust we have to build in the market, where we have to invest more as a bank, as a digital-only bank, where customers feel confident in making large sums of transaction with us and not worry about fraud or cyber security.
Just adding to what Humayun said, one thing that we also deliberately did that although registered name Rakmi Islamic Digital Bank hai, but in our marketing campaigns and other, we are now leveraging Rakmi Islamic Bank, because word digital से trust जो है वो लोगों का banking trust नहीं आ रहा, they consider it as a wallet for low ticket transactions. I think the biggest challenge जो हमें अभी as the digital only banks we have to work for is building that trust with the customer. For example, to do large ticket transactions. I was not in favor as a digital only bank कि हम cash deposit के लिए customers को कोई physical channel दें, but हमने दिया, because that is something that the market wants. Still लोग limitations होती हैं उनको banking app से large amounts send करने के लिए, so हमने वो channel भी try किया है for customers, but our ambition is that कि work with the customers, वो trust build करें. We are piloting fraud rules पे हम AI को leverage करके we are piloting different scenarios which will go live very soon, जहाँ पे customers को और ज़्यादा trust देना है that their transactions are safe for large ticket as well.
But ये बताएं कि generally जो customers की complaint आती है ना, I think वो trust करके तो transactions करते ही हैं, right? E-commerce की कर ली, fund transfer की कर ली. Obviously cyber security के concerns हैं, obviously scams,
fraud के बहुत
ज़्यादा हैं. लेकिन जब किसी कस्टमर बेचारे के साथ ये हो जाता है, बैंक्स उसको उस वक्त छोड़ देते हैं, टांग देते हैं. मतलब वो बेचारा, उसका जो रिकोर्स है, मतलब वो इज वेरी लेंथी, और उस बेचारे के पैसे जो गए तो वो तो मतलब टंग गया ना. मतलब आई मीन दैट इज अ जनरल कंप्लेंट. मैं वो मोतसिब की से भी मेरी उस दिन बात हो रही थी, वो भी यही कहते हैं कि जो रिड्रेसल है ना बाय द बैंक्स, वो बहुत कमजोर है, बहुत वीक है. उसमें कस्टमर रियली लूजेस द कॉन्फिडेंस इन दोज बैंक्स कि हाउ दे आर ट्रीटेड जब एक दफा उनके साथ स्कैम हो जाता है बेसिकली. तो ऑब्वियसली आपका क्योंकि प्योरली डिजिटल ही है, प्योरली मोबाइल बेस्ड है, सो हाउ आर यू ट्राइंग टू टैकल दैट पार्ट? आई अंडरस्टैंड योर बिल्डिंग इन ऑल द सिक्योरिटी लेयर्स एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स, बट जब कंप्लेंट आती है या कोई फ्रॉड हो जाता है, उसको रिड्रेस करने के लिए what are you thinking of?
Najib, there are three things that I'd like to highlight. Number one, we also found out that there are groups who are operating in such a way that the customer, other customers, beneficiaries, and the middlemen, it's a network that they are operating and trying to play the victim game with banks. So that's one segment where this is happening in a disciplined manner, and we have to deal with it as an industry separately. The second piece is that as a customer, as much as we are saying that digital banking is safe, the scams of social re-engineering is something that we have seen even the literate customers have fallen trapped in. And that's where the responsibility of bank is to build controls where behavioral biometrics and velocity controls will help us ascertain if this customer himself is performing this transaction or there is some fraudulent element. And that's where we will be able to curb this fraud as much as possible. The third piece is, we have seen that banks become part of the layering in the transaction. We are not the bank from where they cash out or utilize. They somehow make you part of the entire layering chain. Again, that's where the fraud management controls in the real time. And thanks to OneLink, there are systems that we are building with OneLink, where we are able to sense if this transaction in real time, a fraudulent transaction or a legitimate transaction. If you recall, when there used to be a large amount, ₹1 million or 500,000, आपको बैंक ब्रांच से कॉल आती थी, सर ये चेक आपने लिखा है, इसको ऑनर कर दें. And that level and that degree of integration needs to happen with customer experience, where we can either notify or reach out to the customer and say, is this a transaction that you're trying to perform? Or otherwise I'm going to hold this transaction unless I get a nod from you. So there are ways on which we are building controls internally as well as from a customer's perspective.
So basically informing customers alerts ke through SMS alerts, yeah.
To prevent fraud rather than, and obviously when it happens, then it goes through an investigation process, which is to a large degree still preferred.
So just to add, जो SMS या awareness है, that's the basic that digital only banks are doing and other banks are doing. What Humayun is referring to as something we are also piloting is, while you are performing the transaction, at that point in time using different rules and giving you an extra challenge if we determine that the system determines that you are not the actual customer doing the transaction. That could be biometric, that could be a facial, because we have the facial technology in place that detects liveness as well. So I think ये चीजें बहुत important हैं. This is something we are piloting as well, and hopefully soon we'll taking it live as well for the customers.
अच्छा, क्योंकि हम बिजनेस की भी बात कर रहे हैं, I'm not going to go into. I just want to address two specific areas. अब की जो नया फाइनेंस बिल जो अब आ रहा है या इसके अंदर जो टैक्स का कुछ एक एलिमेंट, एक तो ऑफ कोर्स जो सैलरीड सेगमेंट, मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल हियर शुड बी हैप्पी, आई थिंक के उनको थोड़ी सी ब्रेक मिल रही है, विच इज़ अ गुड साइन. बट फॉर द बैंकिंग सेक्टर हम बेचारों को कुछ नहीं पूछा उन लोगों ने एज अ बैंकिंग सेक्टर, बिकॉज वी आर स्टिल द highest taxpayers in the country. और इस दफा तो मेरा ख्याल से जून एंड में that banking sector will pay close to ₹1 trillion in tax. But इन्होंने अब जो freelancers, जो content creators हैं, on social media pages and all that, they're kind of part of the freelancer community. उन बेचारों पे भी 5 to 10% withholding tax लगा दिया है. And but on the other side, कार्ड ट्रांजैक्शंस पे जहाँ पे 5% एडवांस टैक्स वो जो काट रहे थे वो 0.5% पे आ गया। थोड़ा सा बैलेंसिंग एक्ट तो है, बट मेरा सवाल ये है कि इस तरह की टैक्सेशन से, although it's not under your control, but doesn't it drive, especially the new younger generation, which is the bulk of the new customers coming in, drive them away कि यार ये हमें वैसे भी हम टैक्स दे रहे हैं, इधर भी हमें जो हम कमा भी कर रहे हैं उस पर भी टैक्स लग रहा है, एटलीस्ट जो कंटेंट क्रिएशन से, और इनकम टैक्स अलग दे रहे हैं बेसिकली। तो हाउ डू यू सी दैट? आई मीन ट्रांजैक्शन लेवल टैक्सेशन जो है, how do you see that, really, isn't it not pushing your customers away? Or Umair, sorry जरा टेढ़े से सवाल हैं एक दो, लेकिन
काफ़ी मुश्किल सवाल आपने किया। देखें, दिस ट्रांजैक्शन लेवल टैक्सेशन जनरली हैज़ बीन अ प्रॉब्लम, और ये नया नहीं है हमारे लिए। हमेशा रिटेलर सेगमेंट पे भी यही प्रॉब्लम लाया है। दिस टाइम अराउंड ने गवर्नमेंट ने वहाँ पे भी एक 200 मिलियन की लिमिट सेट की है, जहाँ पे एडिशनल 1% मिनिमम टैक्स किया है। आई वॉज टॉकिंग टू समवन इन द इंडस्ट्री कि मैंने कहा यार चलो ये बेहतर हो गया कि अब ये नेट में आएंगे, बट आई हैव गॉट डिफरेंट व्यूज़ कि अब वो इसको भी अवॉइड करेंगे, बिकॉज दे फील के वंस दे आर इन पार्ट ऑफ द नेट then bigger taxation is going to come to them. This is a challenge we are particularly seeing. मैं freelancer की specific बात नहीं करता अभी, क्योंकि that's an area जहाँ पे हम थोड़ा लेट जा रहे हैं, but supply chain में when we are talking to some retailers and distributors for financing, so surprisingly this is the big challenge. They need Sharia compliant financing which we have, but उनका challenge ये है कि उनको formal banking system में नहीं आना, and the key fear is taxation. I think, but taxation लगाना भी ज़रूरी है, so we are working with them, creating that awareness in the supply chain side. But transaction-based taxing will create some friction in terms of digital-only banking, especially.
Unfortunately, that's our dilemma, isn't it? I mean, hardly 7.2 million tax filers हैं, और जो taxpayers हैं वो 3.6, 3.7 million है. I mean, that is the entire length and breadth of our, income tax collection, apart from obviously other sources. So that obviously is a huge. अभी फिर वो फिर जो at source है.
मैं कल वो FBR के चेयरमैन का स्टेटमेंट देख रहा था कि 750 अरब बैंकिंग डिपॉजिट्स में है, डिवाइडेड अमंग 10,000, क्लोज टू 10,000 इंडिविजुअल जो फाइलर नहीं है, जो फाइलर नहीं है, 750 बिलियन इन बैंकिंग डिपॉजिट्स.
So I mean, obviously, उस तरह देखी जाए तो it's very small world. अच्छा. बस
I want to contribute to this question. There are studies that demonstrate if businesses digitize themselves, scale, and integrate into the banking system, then the contribution of SME into GDP is in excess of 3 to 4%. And there are economies like Indonesia with 65 million SMEs,
right.
Brazil with 35 million SMEs, India is close to 30 to 40 million SMEs as well. The challenge with freelancers is the mindset. The opportunity is so huge. For instance, अगर आपने लाख रुपए कमाया है और उस पर टैक्स दे दिए 10,000 रुपए, आपकी जेब में 90,000 रुपए आए. But if you've earned 1,000 rupees, if you've earned $1 million, then clearly 9 लाख रुपए आपकी जेब में आए हैं. तो जो स्केल है उसकी वजह से जो अपॉर्चुनिटी आपको मिल रही है, you're forgetting that and you're too hung up on the taxation structure. Too hung up on the taxation structure. One of the ambition that we have is to catalyze and enable this industry so that they make more money, give them export orientation, so that this taxation, which seems like a cost and burden, becomes negligible. And there are studies that prove that the growth mindset, derives the potential opportunity.
नहीं वो ठीक है, आपने एसएमईज की बात की. अभी जो रिसेंट पाकिस्तान ब्यूरो ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स का जो अभी एक रिसेंट सेंसस हुआ है, नॉट इवन अ सर्वे सेंसस, दे आर एस्टिमेटिंग नाउ 7.2, 7.3 million SMEs. My feeling is it's at least twice as much, if not more, because ये तो वो है. Anyways, I know we are. I'm going to skip, and I'm just going to just briefly touch upon last question on the talent part. I mean, I saw 1 or 2 HR people here also. ये बताएं कि फाइंडिंग द राइट पीपल, मुझे ज्यादा सुनने में आता है उसने मेरा बंदा खींच लिया, उसने वहां का उसका बंदा खींच लिया, तो आप लोग आपस में ही डिवाइड कर रहे हैं लोगों को. बट ये बताएं कि क्या रियली स्किल की अवेलेबिलिटी इज अ प्रॉब्लम, एंड देन रिटेंशन इज दैट अनदर प्रॉब्लम? इफ यू कैन जस्ट क्विकली dwell on that part.
I don't think talent की availability challenge है. The real challenge is access to talent. It is so crowded that reaching out to people that there is an opportunity is very difficult. What has worked us is referral, and I really encourage that people reach out to us. The other challenge is that people keep thinking कि यार इधर तो बगैर किसी रेफरेंस या सिफारिश के नहीं मिलेगी. But I appreciate the ones who reach out either on LinkedIn or through some personal contact and at least make an effort that to present themselves as a potential candidate. The challenge on the talent side is that it's easy for banking industry to poach from other banks. It's a ready-made talent, and especially for large banks with deep pockets, it's even more convenient to tap into not just the talent but also the operating model and the mindset that they bring from bank like ours.
Okay, Umair, quickly.
I think the availability of talents is not the big problem. Retention पे the only problem is कि जब हम बड़े banks के साथ market में हम operate कर रहे हैं, they have deep pockets which we do not. So we find innovative and different ways to retain and incentivize that talent. हमने technology को use करके talent को reach out करने का smart तरीका team ने निकाल लिया है, which अभी on LinkedIn etc. So that is where the team reaches out to the talent and talent reach out to us as well directly on LinkedIn, WhatsApp directly. Referral program works great, but retention के लिए we'll have to go to unconventional means to reward those people.
बोनस शोनस आप अच्छे देंगे या इस तरह की चीजें?
नहीं, बोनस से आगे जाना पड़ेगा.
आप दोनों हायरिंग कर रहे हैं अभी?
जी
आगे
बिल्कुल कर रहे हैं.
यहाँ बड़ी दुनिया बैठी हुई है. I'm sure they will like to refer to you. But nonetheless, so since I'm really up on time, क्योंकि चीजें बहुत ही डिस्कस करने को, लेकिन unfortunately time इतना नहीं. So really appreciate for taking out the time and making this a very, I think, hopefully a fruitful session for the audience. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was a wonderful fireside chat session. I will take this opportunity and congratulate Mr. Umair Ijaz for having a wonderful marketing campaign, Jo Tum Chaho. I think it's a solid campaign to launch with. And also, हुमायूं साहब ने एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात कही अभी. वैसे तो सारी बातें बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग थी, बट वन थिंग विच स्टूड आउट कि मुल्क की जीडीपी का, इकोनॉमी का कुछ भी होता रहे, बट बैंक्स आर थ्राइविंग. और अगर कोई मेरी तरह का कोई छोटा मोटा स्टॉक मार्केट का इन्वेस्टर है तो वो डेफिनेटली इस बात से अग्री करेगा कि बैंक्स आर थ्राइविंग, क्योंकि जिसका पोर्टफोलियो में बैंक्स ज़्यादा है सो उसने ज़्यादा नुकसान नहीं किया पिछले 1 साल में. सो मूविंग ऑन, आई थिंक जहाँ पे डिजिटल पेमेंट्स की बात हो, आई थिंक Pakistan would be incomplete without acknowledging the transformative role of RAST. So on that note, please welcome Mr. S.N. Saeed, Chief Executive Officer, RAST Payments Pakistan, for his keynote address. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. S.N. Saeed.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First of all, thank you, Faisal, for extending the opportunity and inviting me here. And it's an honor to be part of this very interesting and informative session that we are having today. I would start by asking a very straightforward question. So what would happen to Pakistan's economy? How would it look like if digital payments are available everywhere, are accepted everywhere, and are trusted by everybody across the board in the country? So imagine where we'll be standing in that context, right? Because ultimately, the future of commerce will not only be defined by how people shop. It will be defined by how easily people can pay and how conveniently people can pay. So around the world, the countries that they have, improved financial inclusion and have accelerated, economic productivity, they have leveraged digital public infrastructure, to capitalize on digitizing the various aspects of economy, and payments become the bedrock of it. Because digital payment infrastructure, just like roads are there to move people and goods, payment infrastructure is there to move the entire economy, right? And the faster the money moves, the faster the economy moves. So important is to understand that where we are standing today. So in the past 5-7 years, we have seen that the digital public infrastructure, especially around payments, has been laid out. A lot of effort by the industry has gone into creating those integrations, those use cases, laying down the technology, enabling those pipes where digital payments are enabled, and a universal access to payments to across the different segments of account holders is made available, right? And we have seen that in the last 5-7 years, we have created an ecosystem which is now, providing us the foundation where we can now leverage on the technology underneath, on the framework that is available, to scale it and take it to the areas where cash is still the king, where cash is still available, convenient, and is accepted everywhere. So while we talk about the banking channels, we talk about the traditional sort of card-based payment acceptance, it is important to see the context around it. So we have how many unique card holders in the country? Total cards in circulation is around 60 million, roughly. Out of that, 10-11 million, Najib Saab, correct me if I'm wrong, is PayPak. And the rest are the international payment scheme cards, largely Visa, MasterCard, UnionPay, that are in circulation. And in terms of the acceptance of those cards, we have around roughly, the numbers say that the merchants are around 190,000 plus, but the active merchant base is quite less. And when you come to unique merchants having one device, it's still much lesser. So, The idea for establishing RAST was to provide a universal access to payments and to digital financial services across the board to all account holders. And that has been done, right? So the scale that we see today, RAST is processing roughly around between 10 to 11 million transactions every day. That amounts to, on a peak day, more than 500 billion rupees worth of transactions every single day, right? So if we go on this trajectory, we will, by the end of this year, and I'm talking about the calendar year, so in December, we'll end up, processing more than $500 billion worth of payments and, different digital transactions on RAST. And that is more than, that is 1.2, 1.3x the GDP of the country. So in terms of value, we are processing large amounts of value already. That contributes largely by P2P, which is like a digital instant transfer service that RAST has, roughly 75+%, 75, 76%. And then we have digitized the bulk use cases, as you all know, but something that is important to share that we have already digitized bulk disbursements across the government sector by 75%, if not more. And that covers payments around salaries, pensions, vendor payments, G2G, and a lot of different types of edge cases that are being digitized every single day. We have around 70 plus direct participants on the platform, and that is where the infrastructure is now ready to scale from here. But when it comes to digital commerce, and that becomes the core area where actual digitization of the economy happens, that is where the real policy intervention goes. That is still, there is a long journey to digitize that area. Where we stand today, we started P2M. If you look at the overall payment stats in the country across all channels, across all sort of payment acceptance points. On POS side, we have done roughly around, last year, we did roughly 400 million transactions. And on e-commerce, we did roughly around, I believe, 300, 350 million transactions, right? And that is only done by the carded customer, by and large, because account-based payments were started under P2M, which actually kicked off last year. And since last year, especially when the government announced the subsidy around account-to-account payments, we have seen a significant growth of around 400% on P2M. Although numbers are very low, we see that we have roughly, daily basis, we are doing roughly 1.7, 1.6 million transactions and amounting to roughly 2+ billion rupees every day. But that is increasing. And we see that the incentivization to the banks, because that is where the distribution of RAS service is happening, has actually created that growth pattern that we see today. But that is not sustainable. Obviously, that is there to change the behavior of the consumers. That is to change the behavior and shift the behavior from, paying cash to digital, first of all, and then maybe allowing more payment instruments on account rather than having, other than having cards as well, like QR, like request to pay, like other payment instruments that we are launching. So in this area, it is important to understand that even if we take the whole sort of pie of number of transactions that are being processed through RAST, we have to do a lot more on the adoption side. We have built the ecosystem, we have built the rails, we have built the infrastructure, but now the products and services that have to overlay and utilize the technology and the frameworks available have to come from the ecosystem. It can't be done by the scheme or the central bank itself. The industry has to own it, industry has to then pick it up and create products and solutions which are beyond conventional payments, beyond a normal digital payment transaction. That covers a lot of scope a lot of potential where, the different, especially the issuing side within the banking space, who own the relationship with the customer and have those banking channels and have those products that they can launch, and then they can come up with the innovation. They need to really pick it up, because on the acceptance side, we have around 3.5 million merchants already registered on the system, and this is the latest number. On the active merchant side, which is one transaction a month, we have around 2.7, roughly 2.5, 2.7 million active merchants. And that actually shows that there is a big retail space available for acceptance of account-based payments. Now, if the banks continue to just see it as one service that has to be embedded in the channels where the payment is digitized, that is by and large what's happening. But if it also allows you to create various products on top that actually enable a complete journey, a new experience for the consumers to utilize these rails, to utilize the infrastructure based on ISO 20022 framework that we have introduced. It is called the new language of payments across the world. A lot of innovation is happening around this area. It allows you to capture the context of the transactions. It allows you to create consent-based structures. It allows you to embed various AI models within the framework, depending upon how you are capturing the data around a typical ISO 20022 message and how the framework is allowing it to you. For instance, on the QR side, while we see that the QR-based payments are happening, but the flexibility around the specifications that we have shared, I believe product teams, especially in the banks, have to really dig into it. There are a lot of fields available. There's a lot of flexibility available. Where a lot of data can travel. That can allow digitizing the reconciliation part. That can allow maybe embedding inventory-based data for merchants. That can allow even, providing pay by credit sort of payment methods that we see around the world, being launched by instant payment systems in various jurisdictions, right? So how we see this thing progressing, so the infrastructure is there, but now we see that a lot of work has to be done on the adoption side. We compare ourselves a lot with other geographies. So if you take the example of UPI, right, and just look at the kind of volume they are processing. In terms of value, by the way, we are doing better than them because they are still 0.8x, 0.7x their GDP on an annual basis. But in terms of the number of transactions, and if you normalize it with our numbers, so every million adults in Pakistan are doing roughly 70,000 transactions, a year on, a day on Rast, right? On UPI, that number goes up to 750,000 transactions a day. So they are doing 10x better, more than 10x better in terms of how this whole framework is being used by the ecosystem and how different products that are actually fueling the growth of digitizing account-based payments across the country. So in terms of adoption, I mean, that has to come from the ecosystem. We understand that there are areas that needs improvement. We understand that the trust factor with regards to customer complaint redressals, we understand that there are trust factors with regards to merchants, having problems in terms of getting proper payment notifications. But we also see that there are players who are actually making a lot of effort to, target these specific areas and come up with solutions for that. And that is what is required at an ecosystem level, right? So the next chapter is not that we continue to keep building the infrastructure. Obviously, there will be overlays that will be coming in. There will be improvements that will be coming in. But the next chapter is to, have a collaborative approach in creating those products and solutions that help various segments of our consumers as well as businesses to utilize this infrastructure that is being laid out. And that can only happen through collaboration, through providing access to all different types of segments that we have in our society, and to creating those innovative solutions that captures the customer need, that solves the customer need, brings in the innovation, and then solves that problem. So, in terms of few things that I wanted to say is that our roadmap as RAST is a continuing it's a dynamic roadmap. We keep on improving a lot of areas in collaboration with the industry. So it starts from very basic areas where we have to improve the user journeys, for instance, around different payment methods that have been introduced. Areas where banking channels, if they are enabling, let's say, a request to pay service, we see that there is a variety of different types of user journeys that banks have created on their app. So we aim to standardize that. That would actually help us with better experience on the consumer end. Similarly, there are areas where the deep integrations into the overall ecosystem have to be improved. Sharing of data across the ecosystem has to be improved. And then at the same time, we are laying down some very interesting components that would allow bringing new payment methods on top of the existing rail through tokenization, through consent-based architecture. As we progress forward, we would see that some players will come out with a PISP proposition where a consent can be taken prior to execution of payment, and then the payments can be pulled. It is already into testing, and it is already being in the process of being launched very soon, inshallah. Similarly, on the e-commerce side, we see that the COD digitization is something that has become a focus of all these logistic players, and especially working with certain banking partners. They're coming up with solutions where they can digitize cash on delivery payments on RAST and create maybe a QR on delivery model or a request to pay model, or having some kind of devices that can accept card payments. So that is an area that is already being looked at. One thing that we did, which actually helped us be more inclusive, is that we launched a direct non-settlement participant framework that has allowed a lot of smaller players who have not matured to a level where they can go for a license, but have a potent use case to be able to come to RAST directly, have that use case tested with us. And we are even going further to even allow some players to have direct access to the rails in a commercial environment. And that is something that I believe is a game-changing model, where while the banks are creating those partnerships, enabling those third-party channels with collaboration with fintechs, it is also important to see that if you can just play as a, if the banks can have a settlement bank relationship or partner bank relationship, the smaller players can have direct access to us as well. And there is a complete framework available that needs to be further looked upon, utilized, and that is my message to all the aspiring entrepreneurs and startups that can come in and have this testing done with us. We will be coming up with our own sandbox soon. That is also in progress. That is also going to allow automation of testing on our environment and figuring out areas where we can actually open up certain set of services for various use cases. So all of this combined is something that is being done at a centralized level, and obviously under the patronage of State Bank, RAST being fully owned State Bank entity. But at the same time, nothing stops from innovating beyond what RAST is promising as a roadmap. the framework, I'll say that again, the framework allows banks to fully utilize those rails to develop new age products and solutions. And you have the account-based customer already using RAS now. The behavior is by and large is there. You know, the channels have been established. It's just about digging more deeper, understanding the consumer needs, understanding the segments that you are targeting, and then coming up with products that allow more access and more, convenience to the consumers. That said, we understand that it obviously requires a hand-in-glove approach, and you would find RAS Payments Pakistan being very, open in having those discussions. Our doors are open. We will encourage people to come up with ideas, and we will be opening up our environments as well for testing. As I said, documentation is already available, but we will be, be open to share anything that any player requires to innovate and co-create products with us. And this is a message that I wanted to give it to the entire industry, because this is a phase where we have to really grow from here. We have seen the scale that is happening. Our responsibility is to keep that infrastructure ready, resilient, scalable, available 24/7. But then the ecosystem has to come up and come at the front now and create products like we have seen in Brazil. Pix has 900,000 plus, smaller and bigger participants. I mean, it's a huge ecosystem. And we are trying to catch up on that. But we think that we already have established quite a robust framework that can be leveraged. So with that message, I would, thank again every one of you to be here. Some very amazing conversations, very interesting comments were made. I understand that AI and disruption around data and usage of data is of absolute importance, but we have to, as Najib said, we have to see feet on ground as well. We have to focus on, areas which really matter when it comes to digitizing the overall economy that benefits every one of us and the entire country by and large, each and every citizen, each and every business that operates in this jurisdiction, each and every SME, everybody. If we understand the power of the digital public infrastructure that has been laid out, and if that can be leveraged strongly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahsan Saab, and if you can please stay on the stage. I would like to call Chief Executive Officer of Total Communication, Mr. Faisal Rahim, on the stage as well. There's a special award announcement here. Today we are honored to recognize one of the Pakistan's most remarkable financial sector turnarounds. Following its acquisition and transformation, the bank successfully reversed years of losses, restored profitability, strengthened governance, expanded its lending portfolio, and rebuilt its stakeholder confidence within a short period of time. The turnaround reflects a disciplined focus on operational excellence, digital innovation, financial inclusion, and sustainable growth. Today, this organization stands as a stronger institution with a clear vision of building Pakistan's digital banking future while expanding access to financial services for individuals, entrepreneurs, and SMEs. This award acknowledges the organization's exceptional journey from recovery to growth and its contribution to reshaping the future of inclusive and technology-driven banking in Pakistan. The Phoenix Award goes to Abhi Microfinance Bank. I would like to call upon Mr. Sultan Zaidi on stage to receive this award. Please give him a big round of applause. A bit more energy would be appreciated. Congratulations to Abhi Microfinance Bank for making an amazing comeback to the banking industry. Congratulations, Sultan Sahab. And now I would like to request Mr. Faisal to present memento to our guest of honor, Mr. Ehsan Saeed. Can we have the memento for Mr. Ehsan? A big round of applause for Mr. Ehsan. Thank you, sir, for taking some time out and gracing this event with your presence. And now I would like to invite all our speakers for a group photo. Mr. Farooq Ali Beg, Mr. Najib Agrawala, Mir Najib Rahman, Umair Ijaz, and Mr. Humayun Sajjad. And Mr. Imran. Can we have you on the stage, please? Please give them a big round of applause to our esteemed lineup of speakers. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. And I know आप लोगों को सुबह से बिठाया हुआ है, कुछ चाय कॉफ़ी नहीं हुई है. So on that note, we'll take a break for 15 minutes tea break, and we'll see you right back after 15 minutes.
Just just one second.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a good tea, good refreshing tea and coffee and some snacks. So can we expect a bit of energy here? Can we expect some energy? Hello? अब तो चाय कॉफी पी लिए, थोड़ी सी एनर्जी चाहिए. So we now move into a critical discussion that sits at the heart of Pakistan's digital future. Our next panel discussion is the road to a cashless Pakistan, vision, challenges and opportunities. This session will explore how collaboration between regulators, banks, fintechs and merchants can accelerate Pakistan's journey towards a truly digital economy. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Shahzad Shahid, Group CEO, TPS, to come on stage and invite the worthy panelist. Please give him a big round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. Great to be here again. Year on year, this event has proven to be a place where the market, the industry leaders, the stakeholders come across each other, discuss the thoughts, and I think we make some progress by that collaboration, interaction, and learning opportunities. So today I'm here to speak on cashless economy and if Pakistan can become one. Well, not cashless, but at least cash-light economy. I'll be supported by a great panel of experts who really have been doing something on the ground every day and making it happen. So I would like to invite from Jazz Cash, Amir Aftab. Please. I'm sure we all know what Jazz Cash has been doing in this front. Then we have Aminur Rahman from Faisal Bank. Amin Saab, Assalamu alaikum. Faisal Rauf, Bank Al Falah. And Dawan Ishariq Mubin Saab Mizan. Aye, please. So Pakistan has a very interesting problem to solve today. A lot of information given by my earlier speakers, Ahsan, Najib, and everybody else. Let me add a few things to it. So Pakistan's economy size is roughly $410 billion. Now, this is the documented economy. The undocumented economy is anybody's guess, from 35% to over 100%. So let's take a safe bet that roughly $200 billion is the undocumented economy, so which makes our economy size to be roughly $600 billion plus minus 10%. Now this is a good economy size. Now, in terms of the adoption of digital payments, the data, unfortunately, is not very favorable when we look at ourselves and compare it to the countries similar to us. So in Pakistan, per person per year, the digital payment is 35 transactions. Unfortunately, the countries in our neighborhood are at least 100 transactions per person per year. I'm talking about Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. India crosses 150 and Brazil is over 350 transactions a person a year. Now this is an opportunity for all of us because everybody in this hall today are somehow involved in the business of identifying the opportunity, addressing the problems, and help adoption happen. From Essence Rast to Asif's eOcean, banks, TPS, BPC, anybody else, we all have to look at it at glass half full, and the rest have to be done. So thank you guys for being here, and thank you for coming back from the coffee break quickly. Without much time to go waste, let's start with Amir. Jazz Cash and Easy Paisa, which are a household name when it comes to wallets and financial inclusion. Now with P2P and P2M and RAS, and the QR payments, what has been your experience in terms of adoption of, not transfers, adoption of payments for commerce by small and micro merchants? And do you think the adoption is real and sustained and growing? And what has been your experience so far?
Thank you very much. When we launched Jazz Cash and similarly when Easy Paisa was launched, the primary focus had been on the mass market segment. And I think that is something which is a blessing for us right now when we are trying to expand on the digital payments. What we looked at was that people are actually cashing in a lot, but then cashing out as well, because they didn't have any means to spend that money on. Because when you talk about the mass market segment, they do not go to those tier 1 segments where you have digital acceptance available. So when we started focusing on the QR, and specifically in the last 2 years, where a lot of focus was there on the cashless, we started seeing that the small and specifically micro merchants, they do not have any issue in deploying the QRs. They just need to understand the value and benefit. And what we saw that it's not that the consumer whom we continuously push, go and make the payment and we incentivize you. Unless there is no means of payment available, how would they do that? So I think at least on the micro segment, we've seen a great adoption. We've seen wherever we are incentivizing the merchants, incentivizing them through something in terms of cashbacks, in terms of creating rewards, in terms of how many value they are possessing, in terms of giving them loans. So we do see the traction is very good and the adoption is also very high. So we are, I was just having a discussion with someone. So we have now 1.5 million QR merchants across Pakistan processing around 170 billion PKR of GMV per month, which is actually huge. And across majority is huge. So adoption is there, but the continuous push needs to be there on the micro side.
This is a massive number because I think the merchants give and take are roughly 3 million, the number that generally is quoted. So 1.5 is roughly 50% of the entire merchant base. I'm sure this is going to play a massive role in terms of overall building Pakistan as a cash-led economy. Amin sir, आप ये बताएं कि Faisal Bank has been a premier Islamic bank. Your story of conversion of a conventional bank to Islamic bank where the products and everything else has been changed. What has been your experience of this becoming Islamic bank and the success of your products, especially in this digital age?
Well, thank you very much, Shahzad. I think it's a very apt forum because everybody is waiting for that tipping point to come from the cash to cashless. But some key stats, because numbers always matter. तो थोड़ी बेसिक्स इन्फॉर्मेशन बात करूंगा, स्पेशली गिवन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ फैसल बैंक, जिस तरह आपने कहा. तो ऑफ कोर्स कन्वर्जन हैज़ बीन फंडामेंटल फॉर फैसल, द कन्वर्जन ऑन टू इस्लामिक. नाउ द एंटायर बैंकिंग सिस्टम इज मूविंग टुवर्ड्स इस्लामिक. And I think that has also given a great deal of credence and confidence in the customers at large. Of course, banking तो पहले जितने कर रहे थे वो already कर रहे हैं, लेकिन by and large the masses that has given confidence in Sharia compliant products. Speaking specifically about digital banking, तो आज से 5 साल पहले के अगर आप stats देखें तो I think about 50% of transactions used to be over the counter and 50% used to be digital. और एक ज़माने में every 40 banks and institutions were pushing their mobile apps. Now, at least I can safely say for Faisal Bank that 75% of our transactions, the retail transactions, they happen outside the branch. By value, still branches have a larger share in terms of the value, rupee value. But in terms of the number of transactions, 75% transactions now happen on digital channels, which includes cards, primarily the mobile banking applications, etc. और एक इंटरेस्टिंग शेयर करूंगा स्टार्ट छोटा सा. देयर ऑफ कोर्स कि हमने एनालाइज किया वेरी अर्ली ऑन कि एवरीबॉडी इज पुशिंग द मोबाइल एप्स, 40 इंस्टीट्यूशन डीएफआईज प्लस माइनस मोर. एक कंज्यूमर है आप और मैं, तो उसके पीछे 40 बैंक्स लगे हुए हैं. तो हमने देखा कि वेयर इज द कस्टमर. वी सॉ दैट द कस्टमर इज सिटिंग ऑन द प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफ व्हाट्सएप बैंकिंग. व्हाट्सएप, तो हमने कहा व्हाट्सएप बैंकिंग शुड बी ऑन द प्लेटफॉर्म वेयर द कस्टमर इज मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल. सो आई थिंक द कॉमन question for all of us is that whatever medium that we use, if it's something which the customer feels confident in, so of course the adoption will be much higher. ऐसे ही मैं जब दोस्तों में बैठता हूँ तो speaking about digital, we always speak about the fact that when mobile phones, smartphones came in, they never came with a manual. Nobody had to teach the average Joe out there, ठेले वाले को या दुकानदार वाले कि किसको smartphone कैसे use करना है, because it's intuitive. So all of us sitting over here, we are in the business of making technology, digital payments intuitive. And I think it's not too far that we'll be reaching that tipping point. Aaj jis tarah maine kaha, I'm sure all of my colleagues and friends over here, they share similar stats. The majority and bulk of transactions happen outside the branch. So I think it's a great starting point, and let's hear more from the.
I think interesting information. Faisal Bank Al-Falah has really been very, very active on the digital front. Alpha and other things, really the name keeps buzzing around. So what in your experience have really worked out well in terms of where do you see the most adoption comes from in terms of digital payments, and which segment of customer is more receptive to these products when it comes to digital?
Thank you. I guess so, yes, you're right. We have been very active. Hamari jo mobile banking app Alpha, we've been really active on that. We have another one for cruiser. We also have another app which is for our merchants, which is Alpha Business Merchant Solutions, and I think that's also really taken off over the last 12 months, especially given the focus on cashless. I think what we're seeing is a two-pronged approach. One is, I think, going with customer education. We've seen a lot of traction now moving onto the app. Majority of our transactions, I think it's well over 90% that are actually taking place on the app and no longer in the branches. So हमारा ये वाला एक आया हुआ segment, especially then in terms of the product line, we're seeing a lot of now customers actually turning into the app. For example, we have our digital TDRs, which is now available on the app. We're seeing a focus of customers moving on to that particular channel. And this is just one product that I've given an example of. We're also now seeing a lot of transactions now taking place on RAS. On the RAS QR. एक तो acquiring side पे तो already we're doing a lot of work. Even on the issuing side, we're now seeing a large number of transactions which are actually taking place, which going back about 12-15 months ago was a very minuscule amount. So what the bank has done is that we've paid great importance on user journeys to actually get customers to start transacting on the app, to get that shift onto the digital channels. And we're seeing an uptake coming in on virtually nearly all our products that we see on the app. CDM was one other product that we came up with a number of years ago, and we're seeing a lot of uptake on the cash deposits taking place. Again, those CDMs are now available 24/7. You do not need to necessarily go into a branch to start depositing cash. So we're seeing a lot of focus over there. We're really expanding that footprint as well. So our now view is basically taking a 2 or a 3-prong approach, focus on the RAS side, especially on the RAS QR, And going into the new fiscal year and beyond, we see a lot of continued push, a lot of continued focus, and a lot of continued investment on their side.
I think very interesting, especially the CDM part, because if CDM network has to grow, it tells about the use of cash in the market. Now, the interesting element is you can keep track of the cash flowing in. You can offer the counter products to those customers to basically convert cash to digital, because now you've got data with the customer times and other insights you have. Excellent. Sharik, Mizan Bank, somebody was saying that jo uske paas bank ke share hai, bada paisa kamata hai. I'm sure Mizan Bank has been a really great bank in terms of everything, right? Whoever is invested into Mizan Bank. But I think you really have been able to establish the Islamic banking in Pakistan as a name of trust, confidence, and everybody then else has been able to sort of, improve the service offering. You have lately been very aggressive in digital banking as well as acquiring as well. And as it goes, you're also thinking about getting into, unsecured lending under the Sharia element, which considers Mizan Bank has been contemplating for years, but it's not been able to sort of roll it out. But in your experience so far, do you think that Islamic banking and financial inclusion have any correlation or not? And then you also talk about the adoption. You talk about, sort of new customers, new to bank customers, or new, the coming up. How are they adopting digital, or are they still using cash and dumping into the CDM or the bank?
Right. So, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. With respect to Islamic banking, I think it was definitely a big factor when Islamic banking initiated in Pakistan back 25 years ago, when Mizan Bank also came into Islamic banking. I think at that time, our USP used to be, and for the longest period, I think for the next 15, 20 years, it was always Islamic banking, which gave us this very solid foundation. But now I believe it is the level of service itself. I mean, whether you're Islamic or not Islamic, it doesn't matter anymore. Your service, your uptime, your user journeys, all of these things matter as much as for Islamic banks as they matter for conventional banks. So we are in the same race today. So even if you are an Islamic bank and your journeys are not good enough and your uptime is not good enough, it's not going to give you anything, right? So that's one thing on the Islamic side. On the adoption side, or the digital or cash conversion to digital, I think Mizan Bank has been very, very aggressive for the last many years. Today, we do about 95% of our transactions digitally, and 5% transactions go to counters. And 95% includes the ATM transactions as well, because I'm comparing counter versus other than counter. So that is 95%, and close to 40% in volume terms as well is digital today. Now, that is obviously has been a good progress. However, our overall size, as far as the entire market is concerned, that is not too big. We have 6 million customers out of a population of 250 million customers. So there is a big 250 million population, not really customers. But even banking customers are over 100 million today. So I do think that even though we're doing good enough for these 6 million customers, but the market is far bigger and we're not solving the problem in that way. And we have to aggressively sort of, capture this kind of market share that we have captured on the digital side in general in the market. And we look at 20 to 25% of market share is something that is going to be good for us if we look at 5 years down the line, as future for Mizan Bank. That is what we are targeting, and that is where we will actually create the impact on a larger scale. However, today some of the on the adoption side, I can also tell you one good thing is that about 35% of our accounts are opened digitally every day. So we open about over 2,000 accounts every day, which are completely opened digitally, and the rest of the about 3,500 accounts are opened by over 1,100 branches. So that is also a good sign for us, because we have been pursuing a branch-led model for a very, very long time. Branches still play a very important role, especially when you look at the P2M acquiring. our merchants onboarding is happening completely through the branches. And it's a branch-led model, and our branches today open about 1,000 merchants every day, so which is a good run rate. And I think that is, even though we have touched close to 100,000 merchants on the QR side, not close to what Jazz and EasyPass have done. They have done a phenomenal job on that side. But I think the good part is that the State Bank is pushing banks to do these numbers. And I think it is always going to be acquiring-led growth. And so you need to continue to add merchants, and the issuing volume will follow the volume of, on the acquiring side. So acquiring has to take the lead. And we should not bother too much about the spend on the issuing side. I think the focus that the State Bank has given us is perfectly good for this market, where they're pushing us to acquire more and more merchants. And I think that is going to lead us to the digitization and conversion. So these are some of the thoughts that are coming to my mind. Maybe if you have any more questions, I'll come to them later.
Interesting information. So the currency in circulation, which is a very important metric to understand economy and the cash in the economy, in Pakistan, in the past 8 years, the CIC has doubled from roughly 5 trillion to almost 12 trillion rupees. Now, when RAS P2P, RAS P2M, IBFT, One Bill, tap and pay, you talk about initiatives, but in parallel, we are seeing that the cash continues to grow and grow and grow, right? This is very unusual. So without getting into sort of specifics, there's another 1 hour of debate about it, but this always brings me to the point that is the digital payment adoption influenced by the choice or preference of merchant or the buyer? If I really look at the past 30 years of payments, we have been always incentivizing the buyer. Burger saste le lo, 40% discount le lo, right? And so we are restricted to those 40-50,000 merchants on POS for the past many years, and 30-50,000 merchants. I mean, this can be answered by anybody, right? So my question is, the banks need to incentivize, or the fintech have to incentivize the merchants or the buyer? And I'm asking the question because even State Bank RAST subsidy is going to acquirers, not to the merchant. So merchant is not saving, merchant is not paying anything on top of it. So who is serving the merchant? Because merchant is still elusive. They don't want to they still put the QR, नीचे रख देते हैं जाके कि आप कैश दे दें मुझे. तो आपने ऐसा क्या जादू किया? 1.5 million are really active, or what's your experience so far?
So, like I said, so 1.5 million merchants, monthly active around 700 to 800,000, which is still a very good number. If I had to choose one between the customer and merchant, I would actually go for the merchants. Consumer pay, we've seen on the POS, on the card side, on the tier 1 market where the POS deployment is there, you incentivize the customer to go and pay because the digital acceptance model is already in place. In our case, there is no digital acceptance point. आप consumer को कहेंगे कि जी किराना स्टोर पे जाएं, आपको 1% cashback मिल जाएगा, वहाँ पे कुछ पड़ा नहीं होगा तो cashback उसको कहाँ से मिलेगा? So incentivizing merchants, not necessarily in form of just cashback. We do cashback campaigns as well. But it's about long-term sustainability of that ecosystem, what value you're providing. For example, we provide capabilities to merchant to upsell some of the product digitally on their app, and we give them commission. So the more you receive through the payments, the more you are able to sell out. Secondly, we're also giving them very lucrative loans as well. Again, the amount of loan that you can get, depending upon how much money are you actually accepting. And then we're providing facilities like supplier payment, distributor payment, invoice financing. So it's the value chain that you have to create where you hook the merchant, and then they are encouraged to push the consumer to make the payments, and then run the campaigns on the merchants across a certain area. Who does the best gets a certain reward. We've seen this is creating value. Of course, it needs to be balanced out a bit with some of the consumer campaigns, But for a vast expansion, specifically in the micro segment, merchant has to be the priority.
So, I mean, this is exciting. So you're saying incentivizing merchants in terms of, one, giving no MDR, there's no cost. There's no cost of setup, soundbox is coming from you guys, awareness is coming from you, governance and whatever is funded by you. And then you have on top of it, you actually are giving them loans based on the transactions being processed through this digital channel. And then you're also having some sort of, programs and other stuff. Now coming to the banks, because I am a beneficiary of a discount. Restaurant जाते हैं, किस पे ज़्यादा discount है, वो card use करना है, airline पे फ़ायदा हो जाता है. But even if there's no discount on the cards, I will be forced to use a card. It's just because there's a competition, there's the global norm, I'll still use a card. I won't really pay 2 lakh rupees ka bill jahaz ka with the cash because I have money in the bank, and this is how it's true for most of us. If you have a choice for the next 5 years, you think you'll still continue to fund the consumer, the cardholder, or you also think that the merchants, because you're also acquirers, all three of you also think there's a value in incentivizing and investing on the merchants beyond what State Bank is trying to do?
I think great question, Shahzad. I think it's a chicken and egg situation. Like, if all of us are hard users at the POS and even online. So if you look at the market 15 years ago, when acquiring was in the infancy stage in Pakistan, at that point in time, you had to push the merchants as well as the customers to take out the card. Us zamane mein, people used to call the debit card the ATM card. So there was a great deal of campaign by the banks having the customers not call it the ATM card, but the debit card, so that they understand that this card can be used at the POS and not just the ATM. So, I mean, if you look at the trajectory and the journey of the industry, and globally, of course, Pakistan has been behind in terms of the adoption, but yes, we are getting there on track. So if you look at the same journey of POS and card, that same relationship, so it's taken us 10 years to come to this point in time when Shahzad goes to a retail shop, he wants to take out his card rather than the cash. But this journey is now fast-tracked or leapfrogged in terms of the number of years. I think it won't take another 10 years. I think it's only a matter of years or maybe months that, the figures are doubling every year, year on year, the RAS adoption, the digital adoption. If you ask me, it's more of a personal question for every business head, whether you want to incentivize the customer or the merchant. So I would ideally go with the concept that's only a certain time that which you incentivize either the merchant or the customer, because this is not a sustainable strategy. It's not a business-led model. If you recall, Shahzad, not too far back, and my colleagues over here can also vouch for that, and even the members of the audience, that when QR came to Pakistan 5-7 years ago, plus minus whatever time frame, so at that point in time, QRs were incentivized that X 50% discount on KFC and McDonald's and this and that. So there used to be burgers, buy one, get one, etc. So there used to be a massive rush on such merchants. और सबसे ज़्यादा उन QR merchants पे वो bankers ही खड़े होते थे, because उनको पता था सिर्फ campaign किधर है, because customer adoption awareness was very low. The whole perspective is that today, in this day and age, that incentive on the QR has vanished. It's not there to the same extent, not to the same extent. Now the merchants might be incentivized, but the customers are not being incentivized. But customers know that it's a frictionless and a seamless channel, that you don't need to carry the specific amount of cash. The merchant knows that his cash carrying hassle has reduced. You're absolutely right on the fact that the currency in circulation is increasing, but that's also showing that the economy is increasing. That's a boon and a bane for us bankers, because that means there's a greater degree of merchants that need to be converted. But I think if you look at the economy, by and large, the retail segment, the mass consumers, so there's greater awareness now than it has ever been, because now most of us, at least in this audience, I'm willing to put my money on it that all of us over here sitting have got at least 2 to 3 cards in their wallets right now. But the great deal of the success factor will be that the success goes beyond this hall, that the customers at large, the masses, the audience at large, they have the adoption, they have the cards in the wallets which they're willing to use on the point of sale terminal. Adoption of point of sale is very limited, because in this huge population of 250 million, 3 million or 3.5 million retailers or SMEs, we only have about 100 or 150,000 terminals. So it's also a chicken and egg. So once us as acquirers, if given a choice, I'd like to very openly share that at this point in time, when I deploy a terminal, so I always look at the fact that the throughput kitna aega. अगर million से कम throughput है जी इधर लगाना नहीं है. So of course, for that you have got the QRs now. You got to figure out where the unit economics works. So this is the truth of it. So I think the QR penetration will be the game changer. And I think that journey has already started with Rast and State Bank playing their role. And I think I only see it upward from here.
Faisal, your experience with Alpha Marketplace. This is a very creative idea. I've seen it elsewhere as well, in Middle East and elsewhere. Because just like what Amir said, if you can somehow have the data and then the, sort of what they process as a business on your platform, you can give them loan and stuff. So what has been your takeaway of your marketplace? Is it helping only in terms of the digital transactions, or do you see a lot more that you have been able to achieve, or do you think you can achieve with that same Alpha Marketplace?
So,
sorry, let me give one more context. Pakistan is among the, so as a SME lending country, we rank the bottom. So this is the context.
Thank you. So I'll break it down into, I'll break it down onto the customer level and then onto the merchant level. So what we base, so Alpha Mall is primarily a prepayment marketplace. So all our transactions are card-based or account-based, on which we also offer buy now, pay later. So majority of our transactions taking place is on buy now, pay later, going from 3 months, going up to 36 months. So yes, we have that customer data, we know their trends, what they're buying, and then we have this contextual marketing pushes done accordingly. But the elephant in the room you just mentioned onto the SME side. So we have a large number of merchants who are selling. So they're very large merchants. There are also the smaller merchants. There we have the merchant data. We know how much they're selling, we know what they're selling, we know their frequencies. And this is where we've also now entered onto the merchant side for offering them loans. So basically working capital loans, short term from 7 days, going up to just 6 months, and all based on cash flows. So we're doing this a lot. We're also actually doing something similar for our QR merchants as well. Again, we know who the merchants are, we know their trends, we know the data, we know how much throughput on QR is being pushed from that merchant. Again, based on our internal evaluation, internal scores, we're offering digital lending as well, no paper involved, no interaction involved, all through the app, all the repayments being done through the cash flow. I think this is, so at the lending bit, along with instant settlement, which previously was not there. I mean, if you go on post-transaction, it would generally T+1. Generally, no lending products and no bank would be touching those merchants. Based on the data, based on the amount of transactions, based on instant settlement, along with the lending option, we're seeing a lot of traction coming in from merchants where we see them pushing QR transactions as well. Same thing is also for our marketplace as well, where we see a lot of our vendors very heavily involved in advertising, in further pushing products, ensuring that inventory is maintained. So we're seeing that push happening, we're seeing those numbers, and we actually think going forward, this is with digital lending, we're going to see a lot more digital transactions and conversion of merchants from cash to digital taking place.
Excellent. Sharik, the challenge that I see with the merchants is that merchants have a POS, they have a QR or more of it, and then we got cash, And I don't see any preference per se, So if I pay cash, they don't say, why don't you transfer me the money? It doesn't really happen that much. Exception happened during this Bakra Eid, where a lot of Vyapari said कि यार हमें मिल रहे जाली नोट तो आप हमको IBFT कर दो या रास्त कर दो. So jali note become one of the reasons why a lot of large value payments were forced by the merchant कि हमें आप ट्रांसफर कर दें क्योंकि वो कैश कैसा है. कराची के मसले दूसरे हैं चोरी के, बाकी मुल्क में मसला उन लोगों को फेक करेंसी का था. What do you think in your experience, the industry can do that merchants start preferring digital over cash? आज के दिन वो नहीं करते.
No,
It's an
well,
option.
I think, yeah, you're right in a way that they still push cash a lot, but I would say that the digital payments are also increasing very, very rapidly at these shops. In my own personal experience as well, for the last a couple of years, I don't think I have made any, no, I mean, few exceptions may be there, but I have largely paid either through funds transfers or through card, etc. So the thing is changing, I think, mainly in urban areas. And if we look at our volumes as well, and we look at the split, segment-wise split of these transactions, we see that, you know, over 80% of our transactions are coming from sole proprietor or small business segments on the transfer side. So transfer, it could be either IBFT transfers or Rust transfers, but these are all business payments which are happening. Only 20% is perhaps individual payments, but rest of them, even though they're classified as P2P transactions, but they're actually P2M transactions. So that trend is increasing, and there is a lot of acceptability on the P2P side for these merchants, even though they don't accept POS payment or maybe P2M because they have some fears of tax or whatever. But otherwise, P2P, I've seen that they are comfortable, and they may not ask you for that, but if you tell them that you want to do P2P or transfer, they are always happy to do that. At times, they have different account numbers which are not registered in their shop's name. They may be his own personal account or maybe his wife's account, not wife's account, but you know, at times what they do is they directly give you the account numbers of their suppliers. So they're just sort of, you know, revolving the transactions between however they want to manage this, but they do accept digital payments, which goes through P2P cover.
Okay, I think this is great. Because the time is up, let me just ask a quick fire question, the last one. This is card or QR. Now, will you put your bet and your money for the next 5 years on card or QR?
QR for sure.
QR is the upcoming hero.
Yeah, definitely QR.
I would say mixed. The reason is I think the experience matters a lot. For example, if you look at Google Pay, and we have seen a tremendous rise in Google Pay transactions because the experience is so seamless that that you just touch the phone or the machine and the transaction takes place. It's a wonderful experience, and I love it. And QR, of course, we will continue to push QR, and its adoption is going to happen, but then a lot of factors need to come in together to make QR successful over the next 5 years, yes, but you never know how the transaction, it depends on customers' preference. From our side, we want to give the best user experience no matter whatever mode of transaction they want to use.
Thank you, Amir, Amin, Faisal, Share. Thank you, everybody. Just to sum it up, the conversation revolved around the fact that we continue to be a cash-loving nation, but there is a major adoption by both merchants as well as consumers for digital acceptance and digital payments. And I think everybody will agree that RAS, P2P, RAS, P2M, one thing, one bill, IBFT, cards, tap and pay, Google Pay, everything is basically creating the market more favorable towards digital payments. Few areas remain where I think the merchants have to be incentivized more. Somehow SME lending has to be promoted more. And the elephant in the room, the tax matters have to be better addressed. So there's a more conducive environment for even those merchants and businesses to start accepting in digital form. Thank you so very much for your time and valuable insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm sure कि अगर पाकिस्तान को cashless पाकिस्तान बनना है, so all institutions need to come together and play their part. And Shahzad Saab, do we have Mr. Shahzad Shahid right now? I like your socks color, sir. Very good socks. Moving on to the next session. As customer expectations evolve, bank must reimagine how services are delivered. Please welcome Mr. Rahil Malik, VP Strategy and Business Development, Wave Tech, presenting the future of digitally enabled banking delivery. Please give him a big round of applause to Mr. Rahil Malik. Do we have? Yes, we have Mr. Rahil Malik.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rahil Malik and I am part of strategy team at WaveTech. WaveTech has been around for last 4 decades. We are indigenously developing customer experience solutions, customer flow management solutions, and we are exporting it to 75 countries around the world. Slide. Okay. Since most of the WaveTech solutions are related to branches, हमारा एक हमेशा एक डिस्कशन होता है इंटरनली जिसके अंदर हम इस बात को बहुत ज़्यादा डिस्कस करते हैं कि क्या ब्रांचेस ख़त्म होने जा रही हैं. मेरा ऑडियंस से भी सवाल है कि आप लोगों के ख्याल में क्या ब्रांचेस ख़त्म होने जा रही हैं? डू यू थिंक? यस, नो? What do you say? Raise your hand if you believe that the branches are dying. Anyone? So, the thing is that the branches are not dying, right? ये हम पिछले 10-15 साल से सुन रहे हैं कि branches ख़त्म हो जाएंगी, digital take over करेगा, but ऐसा हो नहीं है. पाकिस्तान के अंदर हमारे पास एक recent case study मौजूद है जिसमें पाकिस्तान का एक बड़ा बैंक जो एक बहुत बड़ा बैंक बन चुका है, उसने रिसेंटली मैसिव एक्सपेंशन की अपनी ब्रांचेस में. और उसके रिजल्ट्स भी मैसिव हैं. उसने स्टॉक एक्सचेंज और बाकी उनके फाइनेंशियल्स देख लें, इट इज़ डूइंग ग्रेट, राइट. और आई थिंक बाकी ब्रांचेस, बाकी बैंक्स भी ये सोच होंगे कि यू नो इफ़ इट इज़ द राइट ऑप्शन. और ये सिर्फ पाकिस्तानी फिनोमेना नहीं है. इस वक्त अगर आप ग्लोबली भी देखें तो JP Morgan's जो कि US का बैंक है, वो अपनी ब्रांचेस खोल रहा है. Verizon Wireless ने 22,000 स्टोर्स खोल लिए हैं. वोडाफोन UK भी यही समझता है कि ब्रांचेस आर द वे टू कनेक्ट विद देयर कस्टमर, ऑफर वैल्यू एडेड सर्विसेज, राइट. सो McKinsey ये कहता है कि 74% ऑफ द कस्टमर्स जो ब्रांचेस विजिट करते हैं वो एक्चुअली ब्रांचेस विजिट करना चाहते हैं. इट्स नॉट जस्ट अ नेसेसिटी, इट्स अ प्रेफरेंस. जो मूविंग फॉरवर्ड कॉम्बिनेशन जो हम समझते हैं, जो मार्केट में जो इस वक्त स्टडीज़ कह रही हैं, वो मोबाइल प्लस फिजिकल का, जिसे हम अब फिजिटल कहते हैं, फिजिटल का फ्यूचर है. और जिसने फिजिटल को अपने साथ लिया उसमें एक्सेंचर कहता है कि 1.7x उन्होंने अपना रेवेन्यू ग्रोथ किया. 64% ऑफ द कंज्यूमर्स still rely on physical branches to solve their complex solution. So यहाँ से एक मैं थोड़ा सा अपना एक एक्सपीरियंस पर्सनल शेयर करता हूँ. ऑलमोस्ट 10 साल पहले जब हम टेलीनॉर के साथ काम कर रहे थे और टेलीनॉर ने पाकिस्तान के अंदर अपना बिजनेस सेंटर्स शट डाउन कर रहे थे, उस वक्त हम उनके साथ एक कियोस्क के प्रोजेक्ट पे काम कर रहे थे जिसके अंदर टेलीनॉर ने अपनी सारी सर्विसेज को कियोस्क पे डिजिटाइज करने की कोशिश की थी, कन्वर्ट करने की कोशिश की थी. ये इतना सक्सेसफुल एक्सपेरिमेंट था कि फ़ौरन जो उनका मोबाइल फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज का डिवीज़न था, जो इजी पैसा था, वो दे ऑल्सो जंप इनटू द वैगन एंड हमने उस वक्त तकरीबन 35 कियोस्क का पायलट किया था एंड वाज मैसिव, बहुत ज़बरदस्त थी वो। उसके बाद जब हम ये सोल्यूशन को लेके बैंक्स के पास गए तो वी डिडंट रियली गेट दैट रिस्पांस फ्रॉम द बैंक्स। हम तकरीबन 20 बैंक्स को हमने विज़िट किया और हमें ये समझ में आया कि banks are not really ready for this conversation right now. But we got a chance from one of the banks who is now leading the cash deposit, the flag in Pakistan. We have around, अगर मैं 2016-17 की बात करूं, उस वक्त we have only 50 deposit machines deployed in Pakistan. Now, WaveTech alone has 700 plus kiosks, and we are depositing more than 2 billion rupees on a daily basis. So that's a great success. We think that the branch is going to be there, but the branches will not be just a transactional hub, but it is going to be the experience hub. ये हमारे पास, as I mentioned, that branches are not going to be transactional hubs, it's going to be experience hub. We have the phygital and biometrics, AI, all of us, all these solutions are part of our turnkey offering for banks to offer these services to their clients. So, कुछ और मैं आपको एग्जाम्पल्स बताता हूँ ग्लोबली जो इस वक्त वेवटेक ने रिसेंटली की हैं। उसमें एक डू टेलीकॉम है। डू टेलीकॉम जो है वो ऑफ द 2 टेलको कंपनीज इन दुबई, और डू टेलीकॉम के अंदर जो है यू कैन सी दैट द कियोस्क राइट हेयर आर डिप्लॉयड बाय अस. वी हैव like 270 plus kiosks deployed. You can see that these kiosks are actually at the forefront of their digital stores, and most of these transactions are now being offered. जो भी उनके काउंटर से ऑफर होती थी वो सारी सर्विसेज हम अपने प्लेटफॉर्म से ऑफर करें. अच्छा, ये जस्ट टू गिव यू आइडिया कि ये कंप्लीट हार्डवेयर जो है दिस इज मेड इन पाकिस्तान. हमने ये कंप्लीट हार्डवेयर पाकिस्तान में बनाया है, और वी आर नॉट जस्ट एक्सपोर्टिंग इट टू मिडल ईस्ट, वी आर एक्सपोर्टिंग इट टू यूएस एज वेल. सो I think a moment for proud for all the Pakistani sitting here. This is a Pakistani company manufacturing these hardware plus software solutions and exporting it to the top companies around the world. एक मेरे पास और इसके अंदर हम कुछ और आइडियाज़ पे भी काम कर रहे हैं. This is the modern experience center will look like. You can see the transparent kiosk and whatnot, bells and whistles. हमारा दूसरा वेरी प्राउड प्रोजेक्ट जो है जो रिसेंटली हमने क्लोज किया है वो Rakuten मोबाइल है. Rakuten जो है वो जापानीज वन ऑफ द बिग टेलकोज इन जापान. दे ऑल्सो ऑफर मोबाइल फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज. आपको पता है जापान के अंदर जो बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है वो उनका रियल स्टेट का है. उनके पास स्टोर्स होते थे जहाँ पे वो सिम इशुएंस करते थे, KYC करते थे, और इन सम केसेस एक दिन लग जाता था उनका इस KYC को कंप्लीट करने में, और उनके स्टोर्स बहुत ज़्यादा बिजी होते थे. सो वी रिप्लेस दो स्टोर्स विद दीज कियोस्क, एंड I mean it is also a big proud moment for us that we are doing with Japanese, right? Japanese पूरी दुनिया को सिखाते हैं, तो दुनिया को कराते हैं. We are selling this solution to Japan. So this is going to be अभी रिसेंटली MWC इवेंट हुआ था, उसके अंदर Rakuten ने हमारी प्रोडक्ट सेलेक्ट की थी, और हम MWC जापान के Rakuten के इवेंट में उनके पार्टनर्स थे, और उनके साथ हमने अपना सोल्यूशन प्रेजेंट किया. अब वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट like few hundred kiosks to be rolled out in Japan. So this is our global experience. So we are not selling kiosks. We are rebuilding the branch. across 5 continents. We are doing it globally and we are ready to do it in Pakistan. एक और initiative जो हम करने जा रहे हैं, जो banks के लिए, जो fintechs के लिए बहुत होगा, वो जो बहुत beneficial होगा, I think that is going to be the branch as a service model. We are in serious discussion with few fintechs and the digital banks to offer the branch as a service model. These branch and this will offer end-to-end security, hardware, software, AI, and analytics, and of course the bank-grade security. And you will soon see these bank as a service model in play in next quarter or so. So thank you very much. I think I finished in time. Yeah.
Thank you, Rahil Saab. I think that was a great session, and we are proud of WaveTech that they are doing some great international work. Please give them a big round of applause, making Pakistan proud on an international level. And now another highly anticipated session of the afternoon. Digital payments are no longer an option. They are the foundation of modern commerce. I would like to welcome Mr. Shahzad Isaaq, Group Head Digital Banking and Chief Digital Officer MCB, who will moderate our panel discussion on digital payment revolution. Please welcome Mr. Shahzad Saab on the stage. Please give him a big round of applause. When I say a big round of applause, thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. What a pleasure and a delight to be here at this hour. Probably I'll be holding you back from the close of the event, just a handful of things to come. But let's see what we can learn in this session. I'm privileged to invite some very accomplished professionals here. And I'll start with Mr. Jawad Hafiz. Jawad Hafiz is Head of Merchant Acquiring and Omni-Channel at UBL. I know him from his Citibank days. He's an accomplished professional in Middle East and Pakistan. And okay, Jawad, can you come on stage? Please give him a round of applause. Then we have Divisional Head for Cards and Alliances from Allied Bank, Syed Ibrahim Hassan. Ibrahim is responsible for running the digital payments and strategic partners for Allied Bank. Ibrahim, please join us. I wonder if we have Faisal Mahmood on the Zoom link, who could not actually make it to this forum. Faisal works for Karan Das, and he's the head of public infrastructure at Karan Das, and is responsible for his financial inclusion and digital payments development and public-private partnerships. Faisal, I wonder if you are around. Yeah, I can see you. Thank you. Good to have you.
Thank you, Shahzad sir.
I would invite Mr. Farooq Beg. Farooq Beg is Managing Director for BPC. And let me also give a disclaimer. We are his client as well, a very highly accomplished industry leader on digital payments and digital platforms. So Farooq, please join us. Then I'm privileged to have Mavish Khan, Mavish Saad Khan. She's the Chief Business Officer for PayFast, and she's worked at DataCheck, HPL, and Cybernet, and another industry professional. Privileged to have her. Finally, we'll have Mavish. Please join us. Thank you. Yeah. The round of applause is a bit measly. I'm sure you're tired of acknowledging people. Okay. Then we have Mr. Mohammad Khurram Shahzad, Head of Digital Products for Abhi. And Khurram has launched MCB Lite, the company that I work for, and he's been a product development and product design veteran for more than 15 years. So with this, we've just completed our quorum. Okay, so after the introduction to this panel, an elite one, I would just add that we are at an extremely interesting stage with respect to the digital payments in Pakistan. And according to reported data, 3.4 billion, yeah, you got the number right, transactions in the last quarter of 2025, the reported data, worth 167 trillion rupees. Like the earlier delegates and speakers said, the revolution has happened on the volume side, on the number of transactions side. It's the value of transactions where we still have challenge. And it's not about digitizing payments. It's all about transforming the way we do commerce and the way we do retail transactions. And cash has its own role to play for certain types of transactions, and even those will be digital. But the thing is that the key is transforming the retail payments. And there's a long journey ahead. Pakistan is in the right direction. I'll just give you another data point. In the neighboring market, the volume and value that the neighboring market processes on UPI in 4 days, Pakistan does it in full 1 quarter. So just look at the scale of the opportunity which is available to us. And I think this is a good segue to ask our panelists, starting from Farooq Saab, I'll start with you. And I'd like to ask you that where do you think we stand in terms of our journey to the digital payments revolution? Have we already achieved a certain stage and a certain maturity? Is it the start? Is it the middle? Or is it the end of a new beginning?
Thank you so much. I think I would say it's both altogether. So if you look at the current infrastructure that the banks have, we have embedded finance, we have digital wallets, we have account transfers, we have cards, we have marketplaces in the market as well, and the banks are now pursuing towards enlarging their acquiring their portfolio altogether as well. So I believe the technology is there already, and we have done a good job altogether in totality. But it's still, if you look at the informal economy of Pakistan altogether, if you look at, the adoption of digitization at the merchant level, where they still prefer to have cash if it is not backed by a campaign or a merchant discount altogether, that makes it, having a realization altogether that there is still a lot of things that needs to be done. I think banks and the fintech institution, they have done a good job in terms of providing digital banking services to their customers. But the next era is more about how these payment instruments or payment digitization can be, or the banking rails can be extended to the non-banking entity to enable the, digital adoption of payments altogether. So I think it's both. We need to focus ourselves rather than just providing a digital payment services to our customers, focusing, shifting our focus from this angle towards more enabling the ecosystem altogether, I would say. So for example, let's take an example, the transportation business altogether, it's still heavily cashed back. The agri-tech marketplaces or the agri-tech sector is still, not been tapped properly or completely by the digitization altogether. And then there are further digital public infrastructures and digital assets and tokenizations that are coming up altogether. So I think we have to focus on these angles now, rather than, just providing digital banking services to our repetitive customer altogether.
So I think, well said, we are right in the midst of it. I'll shift to Mr. Faisal Mahmood, who's a veteran in transforming the public-private infrastructure in Pakistan. So Faisal Saab, let's ask you that Pakistan has built some core rails on digital payments. Where do you think we are in that journey? What comes next? What in your view is likely to happen in the next 2-3 years? And where do you think we need our focus?
Shukriya Shahzad Saab. A very important question, in fact. And every rank these days is also is already asking this question. So let me start by giving credit first where it is due. Over the last 10 to 15 years, Pakistan has built something remarkable. IBFT, RAST, SPP ka regulatory push on branchless banking, QR based P2M framework. ये सब कोई छोटी achievements नहीं है. But now that we have the rails, the question is, are there trains running on them? Right? Coming to RAST has shown that once the infrastructure is available, innovation can happen at scale. Within a short span of few years, we went from 0 to millions of transactions daily. You are referring to the comparison with our neighboring country at the start of this discussion. So the challenge is, and they have dealt it that way. Even for us now, the challenge is not building the rails anymore. It is increasing the usage across merchants, businesses, and government. Abhi kafi kaam hai isme. So what will it take? I see three things. Pehli baat, merchants have to be brought in meaningfully onto the system. अगर मेरा मोहल्ले का जो कोई भी मर्चेंट है, कोई डेयरी शॉप है फॉर इंस्टेंस या कन्वीनियंस स्टोर है, डिजिटल पेमेंट्स एक्सेप्ट करता है, लेकिन फिर भी कैश प्रेफर करता है. कुड बी टैक्स कंसर्न्स, सेटलमेंट कंसर्न्स की वजह से, या इसलिए कि कोई टेंजिबल बिजनेस बेनिफिट उसको नहीं मिल रहा. तो हमने अभी बहुत सारा काम करना है. The 0% merchant discount rate on RASP P2M is a good start, but it is not enough on its own. Merchants need to see that going digital earns them something real, something of real benefit. जैसे कि, for instance, access to credit, working capital, supply chain की integration. Merchants के लिए incentive का धड़ा जो है ना, वो सीधा होना चाहिए. As simple as that. दूसरी बात, the government has to lead from the front. हम अक्सर कंज्यूमर पेमेंट्स की बात तो करते हैं, मगर गवर्नमेंट एक्चुअली हमारा सबसे बड़ी पेयर और कलेक्टर एंटिटी जो है ना हमारे लिए इस इकोनॉमी की, दैट इज द गवर्नमेंट. अगर लास्ट ईयर के स्टैट्स देखें, सो द गवर्नमेंट collected something over 24 trillion PKR and disbursed over about 17 trillion. So that's quite a big number. With this, even with modest digitization of taxes, fees, licenses, pensions, social payments, we can have a massive impact on reducing the cash usage. G2P, P2G are not just efficiency and transparency tools. They are the basis for behavioral change engines for the ecosystem. जब गवर्नमेंट खुद डिजिटल हो जाएगी ना, तो मार्केट ऑटोमेटिकली फॉलो करेगी. It's as simple as that. Lastly, the third point, that like other industry colleagues sitting here, मैं भी हमेशा इसके ऊपर डिस्कशन करता रहा हूँ. It's a debate on cash versus digital. This has to change now. This has to change to how do we make digital so convenient that people naturally choose it over cash. That means interoperability, simplicity, user experience, trust. Consumers, merchants, business, they all need the digital payments to be safer, more rewarding than cash, not just an option, but it has to be the open choice. And that's the way it is going to move forward from here.
So Faisal, you said some very, very high impact and powerful things, like how do we develop the merchant primacy? And some of the earlier speakers have talked about it and how to incent the merchants. And I think it's a good way to talk to Mavish, to you. Interoperability is one, pricing is another, incentives is still another way. What do you think is the way forward to actually engage the merchant networks and get them into the fold of embracing digital payments in a big way?
Thank you, Shazad sir. Thank you, Shazad Sahab. I think to scale, when we talk about merchant onboardings altogether, in next coming days, the shift needs to be on the SMEs and MSMEs. Again, जब हम बात करते हैं informal market की, so that's your target. हम बात करते हैं merchant onboarding, merchant transaction और जो GMV process हो रहा है. Again, these three things, with the inflation आपकी GMV वैसे ही बढ़ जाएगा. Right? So when you talk about numbers and when you talk about कि हमारा जो volume है on any digital transaction वो month on month increase हो रहा है, that means we need to see from the aspect से कहाँ से हो रहा है. I think the focus should be on the second and third tier merchants, but then not necessarily we are talking about second, third tier cities जिसके ऊपर एकदम से focus चला जाता है कि हमने tier 2, tier 3 cities के ऊपर काम करना है. और उन tier 2, tier 3 merchants को embed के अंदर लेकर आने के लिए कुछ चीज़ें हैं जो कि बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है. नंबर 1, इनफॉर्मल इकोनॉमी को फॉर्मल के अंदर आप किस तरीके से कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं. दिस इज़ वेयर द टैक्सेशंस एंड द मैंडेट्स एंड द रिलीज इन टैक्सेशंस कम्स इन, बिकॉज वंस यू स्टार्टेड योर जर्नी इनटू द फॉर्मल इकोनॉमी, वहाँ पे टैक्सेशन भी आ जाते हैं, बुक्स में भी आ जाते हैं, रिकॉर्ड में भी आ जाते हैं. तो दिस इज़ वेयर द इंसेंटिवाइजेशन शुड कम्स फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट एंड. सेकेंड, इट हैज़ टू बी very clean and very lean when it comes to pricing structure for them, क्योंकि ये जो टारगेट या ये जो टियर है ये बड़ी प्राइस सेंसिटिव होती है. तो हमारे पास अगर कोई सब्सिडी आ रही है इन टर्म्स ऑफ कॉस्टिंग, उसको किस तरीके से मर्चेंट को पास ऑन करना है, वो बेनिफिट्स किस तरीके से पास ऑन करना है, दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस टू वर्क इन टोटलिटी एज एन इंडस्ट्री. थर्ड, जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो है इंटर ऑपरेटिवली, जैसे अभी आपने बात की. वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट मर्चेंट ऑनबोर्डिंग and a customer onboarding, they are two different elements. Why do I need to be an ex-bank's customer first and then their merchant, right? जैसे आज हम रास की बात करते हैं, it can be scanned from any banking application. Why can't I settle my RAS funds to any other bank? मैं अपना सेटलमेंट अकाउंट किसी को भी बना सकती हूँ. Why is it important कि मैं पहले आपके बैंक के अंदर अकाउंट ओपन करवाऊँ? That's a tedious process, and this is where a lot of institutions are struggling. Coming from a PSO PSP, since we are bank agnostic, we see it from the fact that it's very easy for us to onboard a merchant. The regular TAT that we take is around 72 hours. Why? Because we rely a lot on a joint KYC. We know for the fact कि अगर एक account open हुआ है तो उसकी आपने एक properly KYC की हुई होगी. Why would I ask somebody to get into all that pain all over again? So this is where we need to see कि जब हम बात करते हैं कि एक दूसरे की KYC के ऊपर हम rely करें, and again at the end of the day the service industry where the services matters. So अगर आपकी service अच्छी होगी तो eventually the customer will shift. So these are the basics that are very required. And then again ये एक uniform या ये एक isolation के अंदर नहीं हो सकता. This is where everybody needs to understand. जिस तरीके से पहले एक joint KYC का concept आया था. Again, the idea is to give a user experience that is seamless, the onboarding that is seamless. We talk about digital onboardings, but apologies, but it's not totally digital, right? So I think these are the places that where we have to work on.
So this morning I had a meeting with a senior regulatory official who's responsible for Cashless Pakistan program within the central bank, and he said that he had gone to 16 offices of State Bank of Pakistan, and he had spoken to hundreds of merchants and people who are driving this QR program and Cashless Pakistan program. So he's identified two things that need to evolve, and interestingly, the cashless panel talked about it, and now my colleagues here are talking, Mavish talked about it, and we also heard from Mr. Faisal Mahmood. So those two things are that the merchants have to trust the process. So she just talked about, Mavish talked about the seamlessness or the frictionlessness of transactions. So they have to trust that the transactions that they do will work out. That's finding number one. So it doesn't break new ice, but it gives clarity what's happening with the micro and small merchants. The other thing is actually what we call elephant in the room. They need to have this confidence that the tax officials will not chase them. And if we are able to solve these two big pieces of the puzzle, then we are already accelerating the way the whole future of payments looks like. This brings me to Jawad Hafiz. Jawad has done merchant onboarding, merchant acquiring in Middle East. He's done it in some of the major financial institutions in Pakistan, continues to do that. So Jawad, I already gave you a cheat sheet, right? So what does it take to onboard a large number of merchants, say not in tens, not in hundreds, but in hundreds of thousands? In your view, what is the Gordian knot that needs to be untied?
Thank you, Shahzad. Basically, the problem in Pakistan is basically the merchant onboarding, because we rely on the acquiring businesses. It is not the job of the acquiring alone. It is actually the complete industry which needs to understand. If onboarding is seamless, onboarding is simple, onboarding is made easy, yes, we can onboard thousands of merchants. We have been doing it. We have done it in Mizan. We have done it in just now in UBL. Just to quote a little thing that the transactions which are converted, and I would say that's the lowest part of the economy, the Maveshi Mandi. We had the QRs and the RAS channels over there, and our bank almost we had just in Karachi more than 2 billion rupees of transactions were done in 10 days, all on RAST and QR. So, and that was the tier of the people which is the lowest, I would say, because they don't have proper accounts, they don't even know, but they were guided properly. So one thing is that. The second thing is basically in the previous debate and even which the Rahil said, the branches or branchless. So branchless, yes, but branches play a very, very vital role in it, because anyone who can easily, these fintechs and these guys, they can easily opt into tier 1 or 2 cities. But going to tier 3 or tier 4 cities in Pakistan, that's the most difficult job. And there you need to have your footprint. And with the footprint, why would a merchant come on board if they don't trust you? So the trust comes from the relationship, and that relationship is via branches. So there the branch plays a very vital role in onboarding the merchants, and that's a success. Because tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, smaller merchants, they are the success when we bring them into the digital economy. And then the need of the branches come in.
So all the retail segments of leading commercial banks and financial institutions, all you hear that you have a very, very key role in the future of digitizing transactions and giving comfort level to your account holders who are also retailers and merchants. This brings me to you, Ibrahim. A slight deviation from what we are discussing, completely digital transactions and still digital, but will cards remain relevant, or cards will go away? The form factor evolution will continue to happen and cards will have a little or no role in the future. What do you think about it?
Shahzad Saab, thank you. This is a very relevant and apt question you have asked. I take it entirely different. It's not card versus the emerging payment options. Rather, in majority of the cases, it's the card that's empowering the new payment opportunities. Be it the mobile wallets, be it the in-app purchases, be it the one-click checkouts, be it the variables, the card sits behind all those transactions. So card would remain in the cornerstone. It's not going to go away. However, having said that, as we go along, going forward, there would be a possibility that the physical card may be less visible, but the card rails and the credential would still be there to perform the transactions. So in a nutshell, it's not going to go there. Rather, we need to work out and we need to create an integrated ecosystem where the QR, RAS, cards, and all the other digital payments options should be available for the customers, for them to choose according to their needs.
Thank you very much. It's a good thought. So, Khurram, your turn. You represent a fintech. So, are you going to relegate us commercial banks to irrelevance? Are you going to banish us? Are you going to be the future? What are you going to be?
So, whoever wants to contribute towards the ecosystem will actually win at the end of the day.
So, it's a co-creation of
Yeah,
ecosystem.
so this should have been an integrated effort. So if we want to bring this economy to cashless, then obviously we have to integrate with everyone, whether it's telecom, if you talk about commercial banks, fintechs, payment service providers, or even there are some retailers who are providing services on ground as well. So the one thing in my previous organization we did was the introduction of open banking platform. So everyone is talking about onboarding customers, merchants, trust, everything. But if you talk about trust, so I am a user and I'm using, for instance, the RAS. I have a trust on that application. That's why I'm using that application. So me as a bank, if I want to integrate with a platform which is already trustworthy, it's easier for me to transact through that platform. So that is where the value is. So that is where we are working on. And we are trying our level best to introduce open banking platforms, open APIs, whether it's banking as a service, lending as a service, because I don't need to spend a lot on customer acquisition. The customer is already acquired by a channel or a platform. I'm just integrating my APIs with that particular platform and allowing that customer to transact. So that is where true digitization or inclusion lies. So for us, I believe that financial inclusion is something which is integrated, and a platform who will integrate with all the sectors. In fact, I would talk about regulatory compliances as well. Even if you talk about State Bank is also doing a pilot as well with 5 different companies, and they are actually trying to launch this open banking platform with those partners, right? So banks are providing their APIs, and they are, as a channel, using those APIs to serve the customer. And the customer and merchants, they are serving both.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the deposit lies with me. The transaction is processed through my platform. So whoever wins, whoever builds the platform or the ecosystem will win.
Right. Thank you very much. Faisal Mahmood, we'll return to you. Please tell us that some of the very major underserved, unserved segments of economy are women, and the third tier cities, suburban areas or rural areas. What do we need to do as a nation to bring them into the fold of digital payments and expand economic benefit to far and wide rather than some of the top 10, 20 cities?
Sorry, I was on mute. मेरा favorite question है, and perhaps the hardest one as well. To be very honest, infrastructure alone will not get us there. As simple as that. We have seen this in the data. Pakistan has over 180 million mobile subscribers. So that means the connectivity is there. But just the level 1 financial access, that is having a wallet or account, does not automatically translate into level 2, which is active and meaningful usage. So simple account hona kafi nahi hota. Let me share some numbers that should be of concern to all of us. Women's financial inclusion in Pakistan, although improving, still remains significantly below the regional average. Rural population, despite branchless banking, agent coverage still defaults to cash for most transactions. And of Pakistan's estimated over 8 million plus MSMEs that I would say, which include the Kiryana stores, the dhabas, the other service providers, dairy shops, an overwhelming majority remains invisible to the formal system. This is a fact. We don't need to debate on it. We all know about it. One wallet, for instance, I'm just bringing a challenge. One wallet onboards them, the bank, then a bank or a fintech, हर इंस्टीट्यूशन 5 से 6 हजार पर वेरिफिकेशन खर्च करता है yet none of them share what they already know about that particular MSME merchant, whoever it is. So this is not just a cost problem, ये एक inclusion का मसला भी है, एक coordination का मसला भी है. तो फिर होना क्या चाहिए? पहली चीज, we need shared infrastructure, not soiled efforts. A single verified identity for every merchant in the country. अभी आप किसी शॉप पे जाए ना, वहां पे there are multiple QRs. Everyone is incurring the cost, and cost is a very big problem. छोटे tier 3 cities में that's one of the major reasons कि हम digital access नहीं दे सके. So once you have a single verified identity for every merchant in the country, this would allow any bank or fintech to onboard a merchant at a fraction of the current cost. And given that merchant access to credit, insurance, supply chain finance, uski jo based on the business history. तो ये एक foundational step होगा. We at Karandas are already seriously thinking about it, are exploring the options very closely alongside BTC as well. Second, women need to be designed for, not added on as an afterthought. And that's the problem that we all have. आपने क्योंकि smaller segment की बात की थी. Products built for a generic user will always underserve women, period. Agent networks need female agents in communities where women cannot transact with men. जी हमने multiple researches में देखा है, जो हमारे branchless players हैं, they have gone into these areas, they have also realized this. So कहने को we do a lot of things for them, लेकिन उसका result नहीं निकल रहा. So onboarding journeys need to account for lower digital literacy as well. हम लोग products अपने हिसाब से build कर लेते हैं, और वो जो lower literate, I'm not talking about the USSD and feature phones. I'm talking about smartphones which has a lot of English written over there on it. और वो हम expect करते हैं कि people living over there will apply for loans using that. बाकी चीजें करेंगे. So it is a challenge. Third, and final, rural and agriculture value chains are enormous untapped opportunity. हमारे एग्री कमर्शियल इकोसिस्टम जिसमें आपके मिल्क कलेक्टर्स आते हैं, आपके आरतीज आते हैं, और इनपुट सप्लायर्स आते हैं, they move massive amounts of cash which is entirely outside the formal system. Digitizing even a portion of these flows would have a multiplier effect on the rural financial inclusion that no consumer campaign can match. So the bottom line is inclusion does not happen by accident. It has to be designed. It has to be given its due resources, and then it has to be made. And with the same seriousness that we had brought in जब हम ये build कर रहे थे infrastructure पाकिस्तान में, in fact एक नहीं multiple infrastructures हम build कर रहे थे. So in short, to answer your question, अभी हमने सिर्फ rails बनाई है, अभी सफर तो शुरू होना है आगे का. So we as collectively, as all the participants, all the financial institutions have to make sure that we try covering these gaps as well. I hope that answers.
So thank you very much with this. Yeah, it's elaborate, thoughtful. Participants, I would have loved to ask you way more questions. We are running short of time. I'd end this session with with one of the quotes from this woman who built a $1 billion cosmetics empire, Mary Kay Ash. She once said, "People who have ideas are a dime a dozen, and people who implement them are priceless." So I want to ask all this audience, go back, look at yourselves, where can you contribute to putting together the economic reality of this country for 2030. We all can participate and we can all contribute. With this, thank you very much to this elite panel. I'm really grateful to you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all the panelists. It was a wonderful panel session, very informative one. And I would like to welcome our one of the very esteemed guests. He is the Executive Director of Technology and Cybersecurity, PwC. And he's an industry guru, a mentor of many of us, and of course mine, and very humble person, Syed Abdul Qadir. Please give him a big round of applause. And to moving on, artificial intelligence is rapidly moving beyond automation and entering an era of autonomous decision making. So, इस fireside chat के लिए, I would like to invite. अच्छा, वैसे तो he's a very capable person, of course, and very experienced chief commercial officer of Beta Codes. But क्योंकि अच्छे दोस्त हैं, so मैं थोड़ी सी liberty ले सकता हूँ इनको introduction देने में. इंतहाई capable इंसान है, लेकिन इनका जो style statement है, I wish I could have such a style statement in the clothes. So आप खुद भी experience करेंगे. Please welcome Mr. Zubair Ilahi on the stage. And a very respectable Miss Nageen Akhtar, Head of Innovations, Bank Al-Falah. The fireside chat is from automation to autonomy, how agentic AI is reshaping banking, fraud prevention, and financial compliance. देखा मैंने कहा था ना कुछ अलग से ही.
Thank you very much, Asad, for introducing me very crisply. So why this football? Because you know, सुबह जो बात हुई थी क्रिकेट की बहुत लंबी बात चलेगी तो हमने कहा यार आजकल फीफा वर्ल्ड कप चल रहा है थोड़ा फुटबॉल का भी बता दें. And I think many of you would be knowing that this football is a chip-based football जो कि यूज़ हो रहा है और सियालकोट में बना है. तो जहाँ तक हम बात करते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्शन की, तो टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्शन पाकिस्तान में हो रही है. नाउ कमिंग बैक टू आवर टॉपिक, हमने एक ओवर द डे के एक जर्नी देखा है जिसमें हमने ब्रांच बैंकिंग से बैंकिंग ऑन द फिंगर टिप्स का जर्नी तय की, विच इज़ फिनोमिनल. आई थिंक अब सारे बैंक्स जो है वो डिजिटल बैंक्स हो गए. बाय द वे, अगर कोई बोर हो जाए तो ये स्लाइड देखता रहे, थोड़ा सा एंटरटेन हो जाएगा. दूसरा, अब हम क्या करने जा रहे हैं कि नेक्स्ट हम इसको ऑटोमेशन की तरफ लेके जा रहे हैं. नाउ जितने भी हमने सिस्टम्स डेवलप किए हैं उसको हम एनेबल करेंगे एआई. सो दिस इज़ द जर्नी व्हाट वी आर राइट नाउ, और जो वेव ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है कि उसको अडॉप्ट करेंगे. नाउ द नेक्स्ट डिसीजन, व्हाट वुड बी द नेक्स्ट डिसीजन? इट्स एन ऑटोनॉमी. एआई को हम इस तरह से इंटीग्रेट करें विद इन आवर सिस्टम कि हम एक होल एआई बिल्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एक होल एआई बिल्ड बैंकिंग प्लेटफॉर्म को इस्टेब्लिश करें एंड उसको डिसीजनल एआई की तरफ लेके जाएं. सो दिस इज़ अ ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन. नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू गो टू माय एस्टीम्ड फेलो मिस नगीन. नगीन, ये बताइए कि बैंक अल-फलाह किसी इंट्रोडक्शन का मोहताज नहीं है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू डिजिटाइजेशन. इस वक्त कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस के लिए किस तरह की अडॉप्शन हो रही है एआई की आपके पास?
Assalamu alaikum everyone. So I think agentic AI will transform digital banking or mobile banking from a traditional transactional platform to a financial companion. So what does that mean? That means that the customers today have to browse through different menus, different services, different apps to get a simple, basic banking job done. What AI will bring to the table is it will transform that interaction or engagement of our customers with their banks into a very simple and basic interface. So the interface could be conversational, it will mostly be conversational, and it will also be some very rich context-aware experiences. So we at Al-Falah are very, very at the forefront of adopting new technologies. So we started our journey with automating back office tasks. So we have a large back office team that sits throughout the day and do mundane job. So when I say mundane, it means that they get lots of paperwork from the branches for new account opening, for credit cards, for auto loans, for all of that. And what the back office staff used to do was just take that information, read that information from the paper, and do input in the core platform, so that a real-time account could be opened, or credit card would be issued, or a loan could be given to the customer. So what we did was we introduced latest technologies, for example, OCR, for example, ICR, and all of it to automate the back office. So that's where we started our journey at Alphala. But now we have moved on to agentic AI. So we are coming up with a new app, a new consumer app. We are naming it Nova. It's a very funky, modern-looking, fully AI-powered app. So what it does is, it is basically making use of agentic AI to make customers' life easy. So the interface is very, very simple. So we're bringing in conversational bots, so that the customer will only have to instruct the bot what to do, and it will automatically get the job done. So that agentic AI to bring to the table. So that's one side of it. Then we are also working a lot on the customer support side. I think that is one of the area which is an improvement area for people in the banking industry or financial institutions. So for example, if a transaction gets disputed today, or the customer forgets his username, PIN, or password, the process to get that issue resolved is very cumbersome. He has to first call up the helpline, line up in the queue, and then only hope that his problem gets resolved. So what we're bringing to the table using agentic AI at Alphala is providing real-time support through the app. So the customer will be able to log on to the app and get real-time support. And how will agentic AI be able to do that? Because it is integrated with the underlying systems who are actually responsible for solving the problem. And the last very, very critical area where we are very focused at Alphala is providing proper financial guidance and assistance to the customers. I work with a lot of young people. I have a lot of young people on my team. They have a lot of money in their accounts, but honestly, when you ask them, they have no idea where to invest, which products are best suited for them, what to do with their money, basically. And I think we should acknowledge that we as banks or financial institutions have not been very active on that front, on providing proper financial guidance to our customers through financial channels. So that is one of the things that we are going to also bring in very, very soon. So yeah, those three areas are basically.
Thank you, Nagin. It was very well explained. I think customer experience is very close to the heart, especially in banking sector. So that's what a lot you guys are doing. Definitely, जब इस तरह के platform पे इतनी significant changes आती हैं, automation होती है, तो fraud का element तो आपको पता है रहता ही है. So first of all, tell me what's your opinion that this AI adoption how can we reduce this fraud thingy by adopting an AI, and what is the take of Alphala on it?
So yes, agentic AI can definitely help us do that, and I think, but it has to be deployed within strong governance and security frameworks, because AI has its positives and it has its negatives. So we have to be extremely careful while adopting AI. So our traditional fraud system that we all have at our banks or financial institutions are basically they detect and alert. They don't go beyond that. They don't try to prevent fraud. I think what agentic AI can do for us is it can actively preempt a fraud and then prevent it also. So for example, it can continuously monitor customer behaviors. It can detect an anomaly and then go ahead and solve it or fix it also. Hence preventing a fraud from happening. It can call up the customer. So for example, if in case a suspicious transaction is identified, agentic AI can call up the customer in a real-time fashion, asking him if it is he who is transacting or somebody else on his behalf. Or it can adjust the limits to a level where the transaction gets declined automatically. So agentic AI can definitely do things because there are many agents involved at back end. Each one of them is working on a separate area, separate task. So what it does is it ultimately doesn't let the fraud take place, and then there's no losses. So I think agentic AI is going to play a very, very key role in preventing frauds in the banks and financial institutions, and we are almost there at Al Falah in deploying that solution.
Great, great. अभी आपने अपने ही आंसर के दौरान एक चीज़ को कहा कि we should be cautious enough. So cautious से जो एक चीज़ जहन में आती है वो है regulations and governance, good governance. So एक तो मुझे ये बताइए कि what is your take about the AI governance from the regulator side, and what kind of policy steps or or awareness you have done in your Arfla for the controlling this thing, governance perspectives?
Yeah, so strong governance is very, very important for responsible AI adoption. But I think innovation and governance should not be viewed as competing priorities, because they are not. They are completely different things. So what does that mean? That means that we should accelerate innovation, but within proper guardrails. We at Al Falah have formed a committee chaired by some very senior people who take these calls. So we take all our projects where we see any kind of risk to that committee. We discuss the pros and cons, discuss every aspect of that project. And if we get a green signal from the senior management only, then we go ahead and implement it. So I think responsible AI adoption is very, very important, because as I said, AI has its use positives and its negatives also. So if we're not careful, if we not ensure that there are proper governance in place, things can go south. Because of the kind of industry we are in, are we dealing with very critical financial data, customer data? So we have to be very careful with this.
Very good. I think, Nagin, that's you are spot on, and you guys moving to the right direction. It's not about Al Falah, to be honest. Talking about, we are short of time, and I'll come back to the last thingy, which is the most thing in AI adoption. That is sovereignty. I think we are aware of this word sovereignty, and how did it come to play more in our talks and in our mind after this recent wars thingy, where things were compromised because those were sovereign. So what is your take on sovereignty, and what are the steps you guys are taking for the adoption of sovereign AI or a sovereign bank, things like that?
So sovereign AI basically means the ability of a nation to kind of generate, operate, and then maintain local AI-enabled infrastructure, local data models, AI models, processing, compute, all of it locally. And what is the benefit of having it all locally when we have all these global modern solutions? The benefit that we have is that our critical financial data will not leave the borders of the country, hereby protecting customers' data. So we at Bank Al Falah are very cautious of this fact that we should, because we are accountable to our customers, we have to protect them. We have to make sure that their data remains within the boundaries. So what we do is, what we have done is basically deployed local LLMs. What they do is they make sure that every query or every response that have customer data involved is handled locally, and everything else, the generic information, goes to OpenAI or other AI models. So I think it's very, very important for us to make sure that when we adopt AI, customers' data privacy is taken into account, because at the end of the day, if customers' trust gets shattered, then it will become very hard for us as a bank to regain it. So we be very cautious on that front.
Great. I think this is the right move, and I think audience should absorb it very diligently. Moving forward to the end section, thank you very much, Nagin, for answering. I would wrap up here, and with the permission of the cyber security guru Abdul Qadir Bhai, एक चीज़ कहना चाहूँगा, अभी हमने नगीन ने बात की है कि हम AI को यूज़ कर रहे हैं फॉर साइबर सिक्योरिटी एंड थिंग्स लाइक दैट, और साथ ही उन्होंने क्लोजर नोट पे कहा है कि जी हम LLMs को भी लोकली डिप्लॉय कर रहे हैं. सो आई थिंक वी शुड स्टार्ट थिंकिंग और वी शुड स्टार्ट मूविंग टूवर्ड्स not only using AI for security, but security for AI. So this is one of the key takeaway I would like to give from here. And secondly, yes, the autonomy would redefine the banking. So we should be on it and move forward with the positive adoption of AI. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zubair Ilahi, and thank you, Ms. Nagin Akhtar. That was a very productive discussion, and I also agree that agentic AI do plays a very important role in our lives now. Quickly moving on to the next keynote session, which we have Mr. Khabar Siddiqui, Senior Marketing Manager and Communications, TPS Worldwide. And his presentation is on driving the digital payments revolution, learnings and recommendations. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Khabar Siddiqui for his presentation. One more time, please give a big round of applause. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Right. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. My name is Khabar Siddiqui. I'm representing TPS Worldwide. I'd like to share the remarkable digital payment industry that we're actually evolving and we're actually working through. So I'd just briefly like to share about how the entire digital landscape has evolved of late. And in the last less than 2 decades, what differences have basically come in, what improvements have basically come in, and how has TPS Worldwide been a part of this amazing journey. At the same time, I'd also like to share some of my findings and some research in terms of where the industry is standing at the moment and where are the opportunities and how do we need to go ahead. Okay, now just before I move ahead, I'd just like to share a story. Just moving back in time, we have a laborer who's actually working in Sargodha. He's got a family living in Quetta. He's trying to send some money to his family back home, but the challenges that he used to face a couple of decades before were numerous. Challenges of depending on Hawala agents, on money orders, transfers, and actually waiting for, with this hope that is this payment actually going to get through or not. Now, what's changed today? With the help of Rast, this entire transaction gets done in less than 20 seconds. So it's at the same time, it's traceable, it's secure, and most importantly, you have a mobile phone to actually track it. So this is how the Pakistan industry has evolved. Before I move ahead, a huge round of applause to everybody, to all the banks, the infrastructure, the regulatory authorities for this massive change, which was much more required. Right, now, अगर हम ये बात करें कि जी how did this change happen? What was the need? How did this magic actually happen? There were basically three fundamental points that were basically the trademark for this change. First and foremost, the vision of State Bank and the regulatory framework that was provided to basically envision a digital economy. And at the same time, partnerships amongst banks, telecom partners, and basically having the role of SCCP being included in this entire consortium. And last but not the least, but technology partners like TPS and other companies basically put their heads together to basically provide such a scalable and such an opportunity where the eradication of cash became minimum and digital economy usage became to the maximum side. Now, I'd just like to talk about, before moving ahead, about TPS Worldwide. First and foremost, it's Pakistan's first fintech company. Pakistan की पहली fintech company जो पाकिस्तान से launch हुई है और अब globally जो है वो अपने footprints जो है वो बढ़ा रही है. पाकिस्तान के technologists जो है वो अब globally जो है वो अपनी साख जो है वो मनवा रहे हैं. तो ये एक बहुत ही important मैसेज और एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट इन टाइम हमारे लिए, क्योंकि ये 30 साल का सफ़र है TPS वर्ल्ड का, which has actually allowed us to basically operate from Pakistan and go global. And what's actually happened is that it's basically powering the proposition and providing opportunities to commercial banks, to financial institutions, to telecom partners, you name it, anybody who's looking for any kind of financial or payment solution. TPS Worldwide has got all the solutions to basically help them out with any way in which they can actually salvage or they can actually scale their financial needs. Now, what actually happened, the genesis for the innovation, how we actually say, in early mobile banking in Pakistan, it was basically an opportunity that was recognized by TPS that हम कस्टमर्स की ज़रूरियात को बेहतर कैसे कर सकते हैं, हम बैंक्स की इन ज़रूरियात को कैसे आसान कर सकते हैं. Which is why basically TPS was established as an innovator in digital banking and payment technologies. That's something that we actually excel in, because हम convenience के ऊपर बात करते हैं, हम technology के ऊपर बात करते हैं, हम research के ऊपर ज़्यादा बात करते हैं कि जी हम convenience अपने ही लोगों को कैसे provide कर सकते हैं. How all the magic that happens, how does that actually take place? And that is where TPS actually excels in providing the best instrumental power in terms of providing the best financial services, being inclusive at the same time, and being an increasing economic activity, which will actually eradicate cashless transactions and increase digital transactions across the board. थोड़े से milestones क्या कहते हैं कि जो हमारे global footprint के हैं, we basically work with 70 plus major banks throughout Pakistan, and we're actually increasing our footprint outside within the Middle East and African market as well. We're the next generation of digital banking and fintech platform that we're providing for the last 30 years. We're one of the few market leaders who basically have got a very strong foothold amongst the entire banking sector, and we're actually now looking into work with other telecom providers, other fintech providers who are actually looking for scalable and cashless solutions as well. So what this actually means when we talk about driving financial inclusion, how did we actually get there? We facilitated the onboarding of providing an opportunity of scaling millions and millions of cashless transactions that actually was a requirement in today's day and age. And TPS solutions power 70% of that digital banking transaction, not only in Pakistan, but globally as well. We started off with this pledge that how to scale these transactions from a very bare minimum perspective to a very global perspective. And that's how the entire journey grew from that point and moving on. Now, how do we, I mean, apart from the many things that we do, how do we envision the future? What does the future have for us, or how do we envision the future? There are three different points that how we are actually looking at how the entire global market is actually changing. One is crypto, the adaptability of wallets with cryptocurrencies. I think that is a huge opportunity that we have. We've recently just learned that Emirates Airlines has actually also started accepting cryptocurrencies and wallet payment and cryptocurrencies and Binance payments for all their ticket sales. So that's another additional revenue stream that has been created for the airlines. So that actually goes to show that what type of an opportunity lies within the cryptocurrency market as well. Hyper-personalization of mobile apps. This is something that still needs a lot of attention, because obviously when we're looking in for the more elderly, or we're looking in for people for more personalized solutions, customer experience matters a lot from that perspective in terms of how hyper-personalization of mobile apps can basically change that trend. And lastly, the next generation of wallet solutions for SMEs, working with small, medium entrepreneurs, providing digital wallet solutions to them, because what used to happen was that this was basically an opportunity that was given to large enterprises earlier. So now we're actually looking into basically provide that opportunity to SMEs from that level as well. So these three are the upcoming, I wouldn't say issues, but something to address, because it's basically associated with the industry, and it basically has the capacity and the capability to leverage more digital payments and convert cashless payments into more digital payments across. Now, this is a little bit of our key achievements about TPS Worldwide. We've actually launched ourselves in 1996. It's a 30-year legacy that we have. We've got about 70 plus customers that we deal in. We actually are operating in 30 plus countries. We've got 410 specialized people who are actually working at TPS. The wonderful building that you see at Shah Faisal, just opposite, just next to House of Habib. That is where all the magic happens. That is where the entire technology and back-end rail innovation actually takes place. And providing over 10 products that we have are basically a testament of our commitment of how we actually there to salvage the entire digital payment industry. Right. I just wanted to share a few quick case studies about ourselves, what we've done globally, what we've achieved. We've worked very closely with the Central Bank of UAE. It was an envision of the government of the United Arab Emirates where the pledge was that they wanted to create banking experience not only for their expats but for their local Emiratis as well, which is why there was this specific wallet that was created by TPS Worldwide, which actually allowed us to leverage opportunities for the UAE market, which basically gives us an annual turnover of basically 13 billion US dollars plus actually coming into the economy. So the entire technology rail was provided by TPS Worldwide to the Central Bank of Dubai, which was a direct client that was actually dealt with. Along with that, Dubai financial market, Dubai Stock Exchange was basically an initiative. It was a personal dream of Sheikh Mohammed where we actually had the objective where he wanted not only to have the local Emiratis actually spend into the stock market, but also to have the expatriates who would be able to invest into the stock market. So there was a wallet that was created by TPS Worldwide, having this envision. And now what actually happens is that expatriates or locals living in the United Arab Emirates can actually buy and sell and do trading with the help of that wallet. They can receive their dividends, and at the same time, they can buy stocks and become part of ownership and company comparison to actually where they're living in. I'll just quickly go through my slides. This is some of the amazing stuff that we've done. We basically provided BAS solutions for banking Nizwa, which was one of the leading banks in Oman. First and foremost, I'd especially like to talk about the one bill, the one link payment opportunity that we have. This was an opportunity that was created in Pakistan. We're actually dealing with 25 plus retailers from 36 different government entities. Trillions of rupees worth of transaction basically gets through this one bill payment module that we have, which was championed by TPS Worldwide. It's a phenomenal example of how TPS has basically partnered and worked with OneLink to create this one bill operation, which has made life easy for retailers, utility owners, everybody from that perspective. Just lastly, I've got 2-3 things because everybody has spoken about cashless economy, how we can eradicate cash from the entire system. There are 3 things that we actually have to look at. Number one, if we look at RAST is not a differentiator at this point in time. It's a reality and it's the future that is basically empowering the digital platform of Pakistan's economy, number one. Number two, your app, your mobile is now your branch. Which is why from a customer experience, banks need to actually work on personalization and how they can improve banking customer experience as well. And last but not the least, everybody spoke about cash. Even in today's day and age in Pakistan, 85% of Pakistan's entire transaction within the retail sector is still being handled by cash. So we need to address the common enemy that we have over here, which is cash. And the only way we can actually do it is then when we have the regulators such as SECP, we have FBR, we've got State Bank of Pakistan, we have all the regulators, the telecom providers, technology companies like ourselves to basically put our heads together and try and work out for a solution as to how can we actually move towards the eradication of a cashless economy, which is actually going to be more secure, create more opportunities, and be more scalable for not only the mass Pakistani public that we have, but for businesses alike as well. And last but not the least, it took us about 20 years to basically move from a laborer to RAST. Now we're standing at RAST, and we actually have to see how we actually go from here to our next phase onwards. And last but not the least, I'll just like finish up by saying that at TPS Worldwide, we are committed to all this change. We've been doing it for the last 3 decades. We take very pride in being the first Pakistani fintech company to actually provide these opportunities. And our commitment to remain scalable, our commitment to actually provide the best digital technology solutions is always going to remain there. Thank you very much for your time. I hope I've finished within the given time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Khawar Sahab. It was a very comprehensive presentation, and congratulations for doing all the international projects, portraying Pakistan's image on a global stage in a positive manner. Moving on, we welcome our chief guest for today, Mr. Ali Rashid, IT Minister, Government of Sindh. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. And quickly moving on towards the last session of today, but certainly not the least. Virtual assets and digital currencies continue to spark global conversations, policy debates, and innovation opportunities. To explore their potential impact on the payment ecosystem, we would like to welcome someone who works on 2 verticals. One is quantum safe products, and second is savings crypto exchange. He is Mr. Farhan Masood Bhatt, Chief Information Officer, Quantumronics. Can we please have him on the stage? And his topic is, can virtual assets reshape the payment industry? Please welcome Mr. Farhan Masood Bhatt with a big round of applause. Last session, please थोड़ी energy बरकरार रखें.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So first of all, I would like to thank Faisal Bhai for giving us an opportunity to introduce Quantumronics, the first quantum tech startup of Pakistan. And we are developing cybersecurity, quantum safe cybersecurity solutions to make Pakistan safe from the upcoming quantum threat. And the topic today that was given to me is, can virtual assets reshape Pakistan payment industry? And I would like to say here that we will, at the end of my presentation, I will also be giving a demo of what we are doing in the virtual assets payment industry, what we are doing for them. So, before starting up, I would like to give you some figures of State Bank figures. This is not good. So one of the figures are that in the first quarter of financial year 26, 90% of the total retail payments, that accounts to 2.5 billion digital transactions. And an total amount is 55 trillion value. So you can see the immense amount of digital transactions that are already taking place. Some more data. Mobile banking, there are 120 million users in Pakistan. That is almost half of the Pakistan population. So the mobile banking users can be identified as the main upstream here. And 81% of all digital payments have a value of 33.7 trillion market value. So you can see that there is a macroeconomic shift towards digital payments, and Pakistan is leaping forward, I would say, towards digital payment infrastructure. Now the question here arises that what is the scope in this booming industry of digital payments of virtual assets? What scope do they have? Can they add on to this rapidly growing payment ecosystem? So my answer to that is that we don't need a new digital payment system in our ecosystem. What virtual assets positioning can be done to augment the existing payment system. Like some challenges in the existing payment systems are the programmability, tokenization, cross-border settlement, and the future-ready security. We are not provocating a new system. The existing rails like the banks, EMIs, PSPs, RAST, and trust guard rails, all the new virtual assets must be aligned to these regulated field, and they must be aligned with with the banks and all the fintechs also. So what we think of is that these are the 5 domains in which the virtual assets can contribute instead to the digital payment system. First is the cross-border settlement. This is a very sore point. In the break, I was discussing the same thing with the CEO Rast, and he was of the view that this is a very pain point for customers. The cross-border settlement, how to send payment abroad and how to receive it from, it's a very painful process. So this virtual assets basically can add on to this and make ease for the customer. Second is tokenized real-world assets. So in this case, you can imagine that if a small farmer or a working class man can own a sukuk holdings, which is normally done by banks or with big companies. So if tokenization is there, then the depth of these virtual assets and the depth and the reach will increase of this company. Next, at the center is our own forte, the cybersecurity and trust infrastructure. You can see that there have been trillions of transactions worth in Pakistan every quarter. So cybersecurity, it gives a big platform for us to work on it, especially in the domain of PQC. PQC is post-quantum cryptography. So post-quantum cryptography is basically what we are here for. We can develop quantum-safe solutions for the future of Pakistan. Like there was a saying, I read it somewhere, that the IBM leader was saying that what technology should we adopt in the next coming future. And he said that adopt whatever is quantum safe. So quantum is a very threat that is very close. So just wanted to realize about that also. Then there is programmable payment, escrow, additional settlement, reconciliation, and automated controls. So these things are basically programmable settlement means that whatever is, you can only perform a transaction once it is satisfied some conditions. So these merchant settlements and cross-border settlements, this is a major breakthrough that can happen through virtual assets platforms. And then institutional market rails, exchange, custody, reporting analytics, and supervised settlement. This element is also a part of the virtual assets. So our main aim is that it should be a regulated integration model. Banks remain the trusted interface, and virtual asset platforms provide licensed infrastructure. So this is just just an update that the regulatory window of virtual assets has been opened. Initially, a Pakistan Crypto Council was formed in May 2025, and basically the Binance founder was a part of that team, Pakistan Crypto Council. And then as a special ordinance in July 2025, Pivara was established. And then in December, Binance and HTX were in the sandbox and they received NOC from Pivara. So this was the first time that anybody has got an NOC. And then recently in March 2026, Pivara becomes as a permanent statutory authority. And the licensing for this licensing for for VASP is open, and banks and platforms may apply. So it's an open market, and first movers will always have an advantage. Sir, moving on to what we are doing, our motivation is Pakistan, this is again state bank data that I'm reflecting. Pakistan has an informal savings of 1.25 trillion to 6 trillion, cash, gold, and unregistered assets. Illiquid assets like real estate, infrastructure, and enterprise, it's from 450 trillion to 600 trillion. And there is infrastructure gap, lazy banking from state bank side, lack of infra to mobilize all these assets. And secondly, sir, foreign crypto exchanges have a problem. They have a vulnerable to freezing. In the recent Iran-America conflict, we have seen that Americans froze, I think, about 8 billion assets, virtual assets of Iran. And similarly, same thing happened with Greece. So it's not that blockchain gives you total liberty, nothing can be blocked. That is, in textbooks, it looks good. But in the real world, you can block things. You can still block things. So just a humble estimate, if we take 0.02 to 1% of this, we have 100 to 500 billion market, and annual remittances are approximately 30 billion, and a population that is 240 million plus that can be served. So, sir, what the solution is that we offer Pakistan's sovereign digital asset exchange and real-world asset tokenization platform. We are developing this platform, and we have reached an MVP stage, and we will also give you a demo of that just after my presentation. So it's a long journey, and it is also quantum safe, sir. It will be, inshallah, will be the Pakistan's first quantum safe crypto exchange. And hopefully we get there. It's a journey, but we are still traveling it, but we are progressed quite a bit. Sir, what we think of it is that it's backed by the financial sector, and the regulatory outcomes is our main goal, that we should fit in to the Pakistan Pivara regulations and the regulations given by State Bank of Pakistan. We should have a post-quantum cryptography and hybrid security system, custom key management, compliance-aware infrastructure, secure commutability, local support, and sovereign capability. This is our main focus and main aim. So these are a few feature sets that we are envisaging in this project. And first is the digital asset exchange. This will be a PKR native exchange, rails for virtual assets with KYC and AML compliance. Then real world asset tokenization, fractional ownership of real world assets, PKR on-off ramps, bank integrated fiat settlement, and regular custody. Bank controlled, bank hosts the assets custody. That is what we are looking towards banks, what they will help us is that. So, answer for the real world assets tokenization. This is the first pilot project that we intend to take upon. This is Quantum Valley, Pakistan. It's almost 2 billion CWP approved project, and it is being sponsored by MOD, and we are partnering with Cambridge University, and we will be offering, sir, 4 types of tokens: SPV equity token, that is fractional ownership, revenue share token that will claim on the real assets, the real estate assets, and the real asset token and utility asset tokens. So these are the 4 main tokens that we intend to as a pilot project in this project. So just a brief high-level architecture of our system, and you can see the areas which are green. These already we have worked on them, and we have made our quantum safe products in these areas. So you can see we are working on the matching engines, the hot wallets, the API access, and KYC AML verification, but the cybersecurity side we have covered quite a bit. So we are moving towards in that direction. So in the end, sir, I would like to say that virtual assets can really reshape the payment industry only if they become regulated and trusted. So Pivara has to come up with some regulations to guide us and help us in developing Pakistan's first sovereign exchange. Sir, I would like to give you a demo here regarding QPesa, our first MVP project. Please, can you run the video? So this is the KYC module. You can see he's filling up the forms. Now he will upload his ID card. This is how the customer onboarding is taking place. His ID card and then his picture also. And then this all of them goes to the main server, and where a person authenticates that the picture and the images and the NIC are the same. And then he opens the wallet. So this is the QPesa wallet scheme. And you can see a transaction taking place. So the deposit, the physical transaction has taken place. And this is the AML processor. So if the AML is not clear, then it blocks the transaction and the wallets. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Farhan Saab. It was a very informative session. And as we conclude a remarkable day of insights, innovation, and collaboration, it is my honor to invite our chief guest for the closing session. He's someone, मैं पहले भी कह चुका हूँ, I'm sure कि he doesn't feel that I'm just buttering him. एक तो young और इंतहाई intellectual लोग जब government में आते हैं, so I feel extremely honored to have them around us and इंतहाई approachable, सबसे अच्छी बात. और जितना AI के initiatives में इनका नाम है, माशाल्लाह से, he is doing amazing job. और जहाँ जहाँ वो अपना help, अपना input कर सकते हैं, he is doing it all. And we recently got connected on Instagram. तो मैं इनकी एक और चीज़, वैसे तो मैं इनकी personality से हुई impress, but एक और चीज़ जिसने बहुत ज़्यादा impress किया, he is so consistent for his fitness कि इनकी रोज़ जो है मैं एक इसकी स्टोरी देखता हूँ and ये जिम से अपनी स्टोरी लगाते हैं. So मैं impress तो था ही, लेकिन अब double impress हो गया. So I would like to request Mr. Ali Rashid, Honorable Minister of Information Technology, Government of Sindh, to deliver his closing remarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, thank you, Mirza Sahab, for your kind words. I'm humbled. But that's true, वो काफ़ी मेरी Instagram पे stories देखते हैं और like भी करते हैं. तो I'm glad if I can spread some motivation. और I think जैसे कहते हैं खुशी बांटने से बढ़ती है और गम बांटने से कम होता है. तो पॉजिटिव रहना और पॉजिटिव चीज़ें करना, आई थिंक उसकी भी अपनी वाइब होती है, एनर्जी होती है. और इन चीज़ों से लोग अगर मोटिवेट हों और अप्रिशिएट हैं तो हम और मोटिवेट होते हैं. अब मैं कल जाके एक और डालूँगा तस्वीर अपनी जिम से, जस्ट सो ही कैन बी इंस्पायर्ड. यहाँ मैं आई वुड talk about the fact that I was coming to, I was told that this is the 19th event which has been being held by BPC. और ये कॉन्सेप्ट जो मोबाइल बैंकिंग और ये सारी चीज़ों का जब एक कॉन्सेप्ट ही होता था, उसको अमली जामा नहीं पहनाया गया था और चीज़ों को अब तो वीव कम वेरी फार. आई फील टेक्नोलॉजी काफ़ी आगे जा चुकी है और काफ़ी इनिशिएटिव्स ग्लोबली, इंटरनेशनली और लोकली भी लिए जा रहे हैं. बट आई थिंक बीपीसी के लिए यहाँ थोड़ा उनको अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए कि दे एक्चुअली कंसीव्ड एंड फ्यूचरिस्टिक और एक विजनरी उनकी अप्रोच थी कि दे न्यू कि आने वाले कुछ डेकेड्स में, कुछ सालों में ये सब चीज़ें होने वाली हैं. वी शुड बी रेडी फॉर इट. देयर एन एसेट, एक वर्चुअल एसेट्स की बात कर रहे हैं, मगर आई फील सच कंपनीज एंड सच ग्रुप्स आर एन एसेट टू द कंट्री ऑल्सो. ये तो बीपीसी के लिए तालियां होनी चाहिए. मूविंग फॉरवर्ड मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि देखें, आई वाज वेरी ईगरली एंड कीनली लिसनिंग टू द प्रेजेंटेशन बिफोर मी. इन्होंने वर्चुअल एसेट्स की बात की, डिजिटल एसेट्स की बात की, तो दैट इज़ समथिंग विच इज गवर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो वर्किंग ऑन. वी बिन वर्किंग, फेडरल गवर्नमेंट के साथ भी काफ़ी हमारी इस पर बातचीत चल रही है. स्टेट बैंक हो गया, वी आर पार्ट ऑफ दोज डिस्कशंस एंड वी डू रियलाइज कि हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट दिस इज़. और मैं जहाँ भी जाता हूँ, a lot of people really appreciate the fact कि काफ़ी आप मुझसे कहते हैं कि भाई आप हैंड्स ऑन हैं and you do things really fast. मैंने कहा देखें, it is not by choice. जो जिम्मेदारी मुझे गई है as IT minister, IT is such a fast paced and fast moving subject कि अगर being the IT minister, if I can't keep up with the pace, किसी पुराने स्किल की तरह या किसी नोकिया के पुराने फ़ोन की तरह
Thank you, Arisab. It was, again, a wonderful, thought-provoking speech from your side. I think आप एक बहुत अच्छे motivational speaker भी बन सकते हैं. So now, moving on, I would now request Mr. Faisal Rahim, CEO Total Communications, to join Mr. Ali Rashid on this stage so that we can give mementos to our sponsors. So please, इस particular section में आपकी energy चाहिए हमें. So the title sponsor, BPC, can we have Mr. Farooq Ali Beg and Imran Wil Qasim on the stage to receive the memento? Please give them a big round of applause. BPC is our title sponsor for this event. Platinum sponsors, Bank Al-Falah. Can we have Ms. Nageen Akhtar on the stage to receive this award? If not, Nageen, can we have anybody else from Bank Al-Falah to receive this award? Anyone from Bank Al-Falah? TPS, Mr. Uwais Khan from TPS, can we have you on the stage to receive the award? Uwais Khan from TPS. Sultan Zaidi from Abhi Microfinance Bank. Can we have Mr. Sultan Zaidi from Abhi Microfinance Bank? And if not Sultan Saab, can we have someone else? Mr. Rahil Malik and Aftab Khan from Wave Tech. Mr. Rahil Malik and Aftab Khan from Wave Tech. Now moving on to the gold sponsors. Can we have someone from Faisal Bank to receive this award? Someone from Faisal Bank? From Rakami Bank? Rakami Bank is our lead digital bank partner. Do we have someone from Rakami Bank? Moving on towards the silver sponsors, Mr. Muhammad Ashraf from Rayanco. Mr. Muhammad Ashraf from Rayanco. Do we have Mr. Muhammad Ashraf or anybody else from Rayanco? Rafi Ahmed from Convex Interactive. Rafi Ahmed from Convex Interactive. Asif Jafri from E-Ocean. Asif Jafri or Jamal Khatak from E-Oceans. Jamal Khan, sorry. My sincere apologies. Maybe Saad Khan from Payfast. Or do we have someone else from Payfast? Jamal Khan, I like your shirt. And the very important T sponsors, Telaism Technologies. Do we have someone from Telaism Technologies? If not, then I would request Mr. Faisal Rahim to present the memento to Mr. Ali Rashid. And thank you, Ali Rashid sir, for your presence again. Aman Peer from National Bank. Can we have you on the stage, please? Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Faisal. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude 19th edition of the Mobile Commerce Conference, we celebrate not only the progress we have achieved, but also the opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you to our sponsors, speakers, partners, delegates for making this event a tremendous success. We look forward to welcome you again next year at the landmark 20th edition of the Mobile Commerce Conference. This is Mirza Asad signing off today. Have a wonderful lunch, safe travels, and see you next year. Thank you. Allah Hafiz. Pakistan Hamesha Zindabad.